recently saw a video about a site called seemyrot.com. Supposedly on the site, you would see a real corpse rotting in the grave in real time. It was all fake. It might have been some ploy to make money through ads, but that video did remind me of something. Rotted Riley. Rotted Riley was a YouTube channel from around 2014 that basically did the same thing seemyrot.com was supposed to do. Show you a corpse rotting in real time. I forgot where I heard about it. Possibly a friend. All I know is that the premise sounded cool to an edgy teen, which I was at the time. The channel had tons of videos that were hours long, all showing a woman in a coffin. In the earliest upload, you could see the woman pretty clearly. She was in her 20s, blonde hair, wearing a necklace with an R on it, and had her eyes closed. Just by scrolling through the thumbnails, you could see her decomposing over the course of many videos. I followed the channel for a few weeks. Sometimes I'd hop on a live stream. There'd usually be 1 or 2 people in chat. I think the most I saw was 5. Chat usually had a couple of messages from people, but what I remembered was the pinned message made by the channel that appeared in every stream. Don't wake up Riley. She's sleeping. Creepy, sure. But what do you expect from a channel live streaming a decomposing corpse? I just figured it was part of the vibe. I usually had the live stream on in the background while I was doing my edgy teen artwork. The channel just inspired the sort of morbid shit I drew as a teen. Plus, weirdly enough, it felt like I had company while I was drawing. Sure, that company was a decomposing corpse, but it's not like I was the kind of person with better options at the time. I'd sometimes take a look at the stream every so often, completely unfazed by the rotting, bug-eaten corpse. One day, while I was drawing with the stream in the background, I heard a thump from the video. That was weird, since the live stream didn't have any sound. What would you hear from a corpse? I checked the video. Riley was still in the same position she'd been in this entire time. She was still lying down with her eyes closed. Her skin was still gray and being chewed through by bugs. The normal shit for Riley. I was about to shrug it off when something changed. Her eyes opened. She started turning her head side to side, the skin on her neck ripping like paper. She thrashed about and let out the most harrowing scream I'd ever heard. Chat was exploding, with people losing their minds. The comment I remember most, though, was from the Rotted Riley channel. Someone woke her up. I liked creepy stuff, but this entire thing freaked me the hell out. I exited the live stream and tried watching something else to take my mind off of whatever the hell I just saw. The next day, I worked up the nerve to try going to the channel again, only to see that it had been taken down. There wasn't a trace of this channel left on YouTube. Over time, I ended up forgetting about the channel. I think part of it was just me trying to repress what I saw. But then I saw that video on seemyrot.com, and this entire thing exploded back into my head. After remembering all of this, I decided to try and look back into it. I couldn't find any archives of the videos or images from the stream. I found vague mentions here and there, but nothing concrete. Most everyone figured this was a hoax or a creepypasta. I was about to dismiss this as some weird false memory or Mandela effect thing when I came across something. A missing person report. The missing person was a woman who disappeared around 2014. She was in her mid-20s, had blonde hair, and wore a necklace with an R on it. Her name was Riley Ashcroft, and she is still missing to this day. I was watching TV when I heard the clang and clatter of the letterbox. I frowned to myself, looked up at the clock, and frowned again. It was far too late for any sort of mail. I frowned again as I approached the front door, glaring at the pile of mail that lay haphazardly on my welcome mat. I picked it all up and realized that it wasn't mail at all, but they were photos. There were 6 pictures altogether, and all of the same room. A bathroom. I quickly unlocked and opened the door to stick my head out, and I scanned up and down the road. The street was perfectly quiet. Nothing or nobody. Just a few leaves blowing in the wind. I closed the door and flipped through the photos. At first glance, they all looked like the same photo. Just a bathtub with some shampoo bottles and other products scattered around, and all taken from the same perspective. I nearly ripped them up until I noticed some red marks on the side of the bathtub in one of them. It didn't take long for me to realize that the red marks were actually blood. I flipped to the next photo and saw the blood spots again. I flipped to the next photo, and the next, and the next. It must have been staring at these photographs that brought it to my attention. But suddenly, I desperately needed the toilet. I ran upstairs and into the bathroom without a second thought, and I closed my eyes as I relieved myself. Suddenly, I heard the handle to my front door depress. The sound of the wind grew louder, confirming my heart-pounding suspicion. I forgot to lock the door. The wind ceased as I heard the door close again. I sat on the toilet holding my breath, my body frozen with fear. I heard the creak of the floorboards on the second stair, the creak I'd heard so many times before, and one I'd grown to hate. I held in my vomit as I waited for the inevitable second creak that came from standing on the last stair at the very top. I remained frozen, silently praying that this wasn't real, that this was all just a nightmare. I sat on the toilet with my legs shaking, my heart thumping, and my lungs aching. I could see their shadow moving through the gap at the bottom of the door. I held my breath. A piece of paper was then slid beneath the door, gliding towards me and stopping at my feet. Inside was a rusty razor blade. The paper read, "It's your choice how it ends. You use it, or I come in there after you. You have 1 minute." My brain raced with a million thoughts, a million questions, and for some unknown reason, I looked down at the pictures that were still in my hand. In each and every picture, on the side of each bathtub, there was a rusty razor blade. I gulped. Nobody wants to go near me anymore. People used to like me. They'd sit next to me on a park bench. They'd smile when they saw me. They were completely comfortable bringing their girlfriends and kids around me. Not anymore. Not since that awful murder. Now they cross the street to avoid me. And if they do look at me, it's only with a look of disgust. I wish I could tell them all how sorry I was. Sure, nobody blames me. It's not my fault. They know it wasn't my fault. But now, they can't stand to even glance my way. I'm so lonely. God, what I wouldn't give to have someone sit down for lunch with me. I took the little things like that for granted for so long. I had to watch him die. They hanged him and left before he was even dead. I was the one that saw the life leave his eyes, saw the pain and desperation on his face, and I couldn't do a thing to help him. Those terrified eyes will haunt me for the rest of my life. I wanted nothing more than to reach out and save him, point the police to the murderers, and see those awful men put in jail for the rest of their lives. But I couldn't. I'll never be able to. I can't control where my branches bend, and my leaves can only rustle and whisper in the wind. My parents were always peculiar about Christmas Eve. As far back as I can remember, they sternly forbade me from venturing downstairs on that magical night. I assumed their reluctance stemmed from the desire to preserve the mystique of Santa Claus. Little did I know, the real reason was far more sinister. Growing up, I played along with the notion of Santa, eagerly awaiting his visit. The joy of waking up to a tree adorned with gifts filled my childhood with enchantment. However, as the years passed, curiosity gnawed at me. This year, on the cusp of adolescence, I awoke in the dead of night with an urgent need to use the bathroom. The house was bathed in an eerie glow from the twinkling Christmas lights as I tiptoed to the top of the staircase. Though I knew I wasn't supposed to go down, the allure of discovery overpowered the fear of parental retribution. After all, I reasoned, I was old enough to dispel the myth of Santa. The wooden steps creaked beneath my weight as I descended into the unknown. The air grew colder, and a sense of foreboding settled over me like a shroud. Ignoring the uneasy feeling, I reached the bottom, only to witness a scene that shattered my understanding of Christmas. Bathed in an otherworldly light, I beheld my parents kneeling before a grotesque creature, a demon with eyes that glowed like ember. The air was thick with an unnatural tension as the demon, wreathed in shadows, placed meticulously wrapped gifts under the tree. My parents, their eyes devoid of the warmth I once knew, bore expressions of submission. It dawned on me. My family's prosperity came at a price. With a sickening revelation, I understood that my parents had forged a pact with this demonic entity, selling their souls in exchange for worldly success. Each year, the demon honored their pact by delivering gifts that bore a malevolent aura. Frozen in terror, I watched as the demon finished its dark ritual. My presence hadn't gone unnoticed. Slowly, its gaze turned toward me, and a sinister smile curled on its lips. In that moment, I comprehended the gravity of my discovery. Unable to remain there any longer, I break out of my frozen, in shock state and run upstairs frantically, jumping into my bed. I shut my eyes, yet I couldn't sleep at all. So I sat up and thought about the situation for a long, long time until I eventually felt too tired to keep my eyes open. Christmas morning dawned, but the warmth of the day couldn't dispel the chilling revelation from the night before. I joined my family in the living room, where the remnants of the unholy ritual remained hidden beneath the festive facade. As we exchanged gifts, I couldn't shake the image of my parents' subservience to the demonic entity. The joyous laughter and cheerful banter felt hollow, overshadowed by the haunting truth that lurked beneath the tinsel and bows. Unable to shake the weight of the unholy secret, I roamed the dimly lit corridors. As I entered my parents' room, I noticed a drawer carelessly left ajar. Curiosity urging me forward, I pulled it open and uncovered a trove of documents. Contracts sealed with sinister markings and signatures that echoed with the whispers of malevolent promises. With trembling hands, I sifted through the damning evidence. The contracts, each bearing the name of a family member and a year. They detailed the annual bargains struck with the demonic entity. A sinking realization washed over me. My parents, siblings, and even distant relatives had willingly surrendered their souls, one by one, in exchange for prosperity. I see one more document, one that looks noticeably more fresh than the rest. I see the number, 2023. It has been done this year. As I trace the unsettling pattern through the years, the gravity of our family's legacy became painfully clear. This year, the cursed torch has passed to me. The Christmas season is the most wonderful time of the year. All the candy, presents, the decorations, and Santa Claus. The jolly old elf that brings gifts to all the good boys and girls of the world, with his big belly and red suit. I used to love this time of the year, but you will soon read why that changed. I was 11 years old, and it was the 1st of December. I laid in bed as my mother scolded me about something I had done that day, and she ended with the cliche, "You're getting colon switches for Christmas this year." As I drifted off to sleep, thought to myself, if she thought I was bad today, she has another thing coming. I was awakened in the middle of the night by the sounds of heavy breathing. So as most children would do, I hid under the covers then. I heard a raspy voice say,
"Hello, naughty boy. I've come to take you far away. There is nothing you can do or say. There is no need to scream and no need to fight, because one way or another, you are going with me tonight."
It ripped away the covers and stood, a monster of a creature, with twisted giant black horns and draped with an old grotesque crimson coat. His face looked of old dry leather, with hollow eyes and long crooked teeth. Next thing I know, it shoved me in a basket with other children. Then everything went black. When I came to, I was freezing cold with others around me sobbing. We were in a makeshift cage. There must have been 30 other kids besides me. Everyone was confused and scared. Then the creature came into the room, unlocked the cell, and snatched one of the other children, and as he did, he snarled,
"The bad for the good. It's all about sacrifice, you see. Your sins are delicious, and you will all feed me."
And just like that, he sunk his teeth into his victim, and as he wailed in pain, the creature left with him. Throughout the days, the monster would send these little creatures in for the next victim. You could see the sorrow in their eyes as they carried out his work. From time to time, the monster would come in to handpick his next meal, and every time he did, he was a little fatter, and his hair began to grow. It was almost as if we were witnesses to the dead coming back to life. It started out with one child every couple of days, then to one a day, and now he would take 2 or 3 at a time. We made our plans and tried to escape, but to no avail. And the days drug on, and I was the last child left in the cage, and I knew that today would be the day the creature would eat me. It had been a while since he himself had come to collect his meal, and I could only imagine what he looked like now. Visions of the monster with his grotesque grin spun around in my head. Then I heard the now familiar sound of the lock opening, and I saw him walk in. I knew my time had come and I would be the next meal for the monster. As he approached me, I noticed something was different. His beard was full and his cheeks were merry. The coat that once was way too big fit him perfectly. He was fat and happy. He looked like a jolly old man, not threatening at all. But then he spoke.
"It's Christmas Eve, child. There's no need to be frightened."
I cried out in anger. "What kind of monster are you?"
"Santa Claus."
He chuckled. He saw the look of confusion on my face and he laughed his deep guttural laugh and began to speak.
"It's all about sacrifice, it's simple to see. I take the bad and reward the good, and it pleases me. I'm Krampus to the bad, but Santa to the good. This part of my life is misunderstood."
It made sense to me now. I had always wondered how a man living in the North Pole stayed so full and healthy with no vegetation or any other source of food. He smiled at my realization and said,
"December is my month, my time to thrive. And I bet you are wondering why you are still alive."
I nodded as he bent down and he removed his hat. The horn shone bright.
"Every year I do this. Every year it's the same. Every year I release one so the world will remember my name.
I looked at him puzzled, and he picked up on my confusion and continued.
The reason I live, the reason I survive, is that all the children believe I'm alive. All the other gods like me have gone out of existence and ceased to be. The world forgot who they are, but not old Santa Claus, not so far. You will tell your story, you will tell your tale. Though many won't believe, some of them will.
I passed out and woke up on my front porch. I beat and beat on the door with all my might, and my parents came down. We were united again. I told them what happened, but just like Santa said,
though many won't believe you, some of them will.
The only part they seemed to believe was I was with Santa. They forgot about him looking like a monster or eating children. So the spirit of Christmas lives on. The only reason I'm writing this after all these years is because my neighbor's little boy was taken last night from his bed. And that little fella has been a holy terror all year. He didn't heed my warnings no matter how sincere they were. I did all I could for him. But boys will be boys, and he will answer for it, I'm afraid. I'll leave you with this. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. His mouth waters when you've been bad. So be good for God's sakes. Because he
is coming to town.
Over 4 years ago, I went to work at a warehouse in the small town that I'm from. I decided to leave after my health started to get worse physically, and I was diagnosed with panic disorder and severe anxiety after the situation that I'm about to tell you. This changed the way that I developed friendships after that job, that's for certain. So, I started this job on April Fool's Day of 2018, which was odd to me. And I had no kind of high expectation of the job. All I wanted was to do my job, get paid, and go home as I had 2 children at home and many things that I could work on there. The job wasn't hard and it made pretty good money for all duties considered, so I really couldn't complain. I worked second shift for about 5 months and I went to day shift. While working on second shift, I kept to myself mostly, until one day, I met someone from one of the lines after we struck up a conversation about gaming. For the sake of anonymity, we'll name him JF. Well, JF was a pretty good guy and we had a lot of things in common. I went home that night and he popped up as a suggested friend on Facebook. Again, another oddity. So, I decided to add him. When I did, we started talking more at work until he suggested that we should hang out, so we did hang out. Pretty frequently. We were friends for about a month at this point, and one day, he decided that he was going to introduce me to his partner. She seemed decent at first. Super nice. Didn't seem to be a judgmental type, so I was cool with her. From then on, I would hang out with him when my kids were spending time with my mother. One time, we were talking at a restaurant and he started to vent to me. Dude, she's such a bitch sometimes. The other day, I forgot to take the trash out and she threatened to stab me if I didn't. I've never been in a relationship where someone's threatened me, but she's got good intentions, dude. When he said that to me, I was concerned, but of course, we had only been friends for a month, so I thought that maybe he was being morbid jokingly. So, I chuckled at him. He gave me a pretty serious look and said, "I'm not joking. She really did." That concerned me. Fast forward about 8 months. They're still together and we all hang out pretty regularly, forgetting the things he told me then. One day, we were all talking and he seemed a little off that day, so I asked him what was wrong in front of her. He flashed a smirk and said, "Nothing, dude. I'm just a little tired." He didn't have his eyes on me though. He had them on her when I asked that. When we went to work the next day, I asked him again, "Do you promise to keep this between us?" "Of course." He said that he was breaking up with her, and she went a little crazy. He said that she grabbed her gun and pointed it at him and said, "If I can't have you, then no one will." He said that he diffused the situation and is trying to look for a way out. Not really knowing what to say, I just said, "You'll figure it out, man. If you need somewhere to go, then you can come stay with me until you get her out of the house." Fast forward to another year, he finally decided to leave her. When he did, she flipped out again. This time, he told her over text. She said that she was going to find him and kill him, and he was actually out of work that day with a vacation day. He sent me a text that said, "Hey, let me know if she comes over to work looking for me." That struck me as odd because I had no idea of the situation that was unfolding. She actually did come to our job, and she asked me where he was, and I said, "I have no idea. I thought he was with you and you guys went out of town or something." All she did was roll up her window and drive off. I called him and told him that she came by, and he called the police about it. They had found her up the road with a loaded gun in the car. 2 months later, he decided to talk to her again, and when he did, he had something to tell me. When he called me, he asked if I had seen her around, and I hadn't. He said, "I would take some vacation days if I were you." Dumbfounded, I asked him why. He said to me, "Because she's out of jail and her cousins are in town trying to find the people she has personal vendettas with. You are one of them." At that point, I was terrified. I grabbed my kids and went out of town, took 2 weeks off of work. Come to find out, that next day, her and her cousins went to the next town over and shot 3 people in an apartment and killed them. I got the news about it the day after it happened. The reason why he knew they were coming after me is because they made a Facebook Messenger group that he was included in and sent a list of names. Everyone regarded it as spam and decided to disregard the message, but he knew what it was. 3 of the names on that list were the people that they shot. The 4th name on that list was mine. After they found the evidence and he decided to go public about the group and screenshots that he had, they were all charged with first-degree murder. From then on, I was very careful about who I would stick my neck out for because, even though he knew the context of that list and her intentions, he decided to not inform anyone else on it. Needless to say, we aren't friends anymore and I dodged a bullet. Literally. When I was in high school, about 15 years ago, a group of friends and I were hanging out at our friend Dale's house. For some backstory, we lived way out in the country, and the kind of middle of nowhere where the nearest neighbors are a few miles up the road. Dale happened to have a cave near his property that we liked to explore and be dumb teenagers in. To get to the cave, you had to walk roughly a mile through dense woods and cross a big field. We had yet to find the end of the cave system despite exploring for hours at a time multiple times. One day we had spent the better part of the afternoon exploring the caves and it had gotten dark by the time we emerged. We already had flashlights, so that was no big deal. My memory is a little fuzzy on the exact details, but for some reason, our friend Sam decided to go back to the house a little earlier. I want to say we had ordered pizza or something and he went to meet the driver. The rest of us started making our way back through the woods to Dale's house when we had started hearing voices in the woods. We were asking each other if we heard that and where it came from, but we each had a different direction of where we thought it was coming from. It was a childlike voice, and it sounded like talking or whispering, but you couldn't make out what was being said. At this point, we thought one of our friends was messing with us and started to talk back to it, It sounded like a child giggling, and then our flashlights started to flicker and die. We had one dim light left to get the rest of the way back. We were all thoroughly freaked out, prank or not, and hightailed it back to the house, adrenaline pumping. We all got in the house, shut the door, and I felt a sense of safety for a split second, before the crucifix on the wall came off of the wall and broke on the floor. It seems like something out of a bad horror movie, but we all watched it legitimately come off the wall and crash to the ground for no apparent reason. Before that moment, I hadn't been convinced it wasn't our other friend Sam that was messing with us, even though he really wasn't the type. We all started word vomiting at Sam, trying to explain what had just happened and question if he had something to do with it. But he genuinely seemed freaked out and confused. He actually said that on his way back to the house earlier, he kept hearing weird things and seeing lights in the woods, and he thought it was us trying to play a prank on him. I don't know what it was. Maybe our friend is a great actor, but I honestly don't think it was a prank. The feeling I got in the woods, like every hair was standing on end. Goosebumps on my goosebumps, and every fiber of my being screaming to run. I have never felt like that again, and I never want to. I'm from the UK, if that's any context. So way back in 2016, when the whole killer clown epidemic was huge, I was walking through the woods at around 10 p.m. alone, in order to get to a gathering that was happening in a secluded part of the forest. It was almost pitch black, and I could barely see in front of me besides the flash on my phone, and everything seemed normal as I was walking to the party. I got to a long stretch of woods with no defined path, but it was the quickest way to the party, so I took it. As I got around midway through, I heard something to my left. I turned and saw a shadowy figure sat on a fallen log. I was understandably unnerved, but I couldn't make out if it was just shadows from the moonlight, or if it was an actual person. I made the mistake of shining my phone light directly at it, and I was instantly terrified. Sat there, alone in the middle of the woods, was a largish man dressed as a clown, with full face paint and sporting the creepiest smile imaginable. I tried to call 5 different people as I was passing him, and then I heard him get up behind me. I instantly started sprinting towards the end of the long stretch, onto a path which had a barbed wire fence down the side of it. During the sprint, I was pretending to be on the phone with one of my friends, and I could hear him running after me, but there was no chance in hell that I would be turning around to see if I was right. When I got to the path, I jumped over the fence as fast as I could, and sliced my hands open as I did so. I then turned around and kept running backwards, as I saw the clown stood behind the fence just staring at me and smiling. I didn't stop running until I got to the party, and I was scared for a very long time after this. You have to bear in mind that there were so many rumors of people being killed by people dressed as clowns at the time, and while I will never know if the man had evil intentions or was just trying to scare me, it was extremely strange and scary to live through. So in conclusion, killer clown man from the woods, let's not meet. Back when I lived in the rural Midwest, about 10 years ago, I lived in a house right off of the highway. My house was right between one town and another, almost right on the county line. Our house had a big circle driveway. If you drove in the driveway, you'd be going straight towards our barn. If you curved right, you could pull into our garage. If you went past the garage, you could circle around in front of the house and pull back out to where you started. Our house had 2 large double doors in the front which we rarely used. We always used the door that was inside the garage. One night, it was very late, my doorbell rang. My husband, my 3-year-old daughter, and I were all asleep. It woke me up and I thought maybe I was dreaming. It rang again. I woke my husband up. He thought I was hearing things until it rang again. It was very dark outside, but we have a dusk to dawn light, so most of the driveway is pretty lit up. Unfortunately, you can't really see the front doors unless you open the door and look out. You can open just one at a time, or you can open them both by using two latch-like things that are in the top and the bottom of one of the doors. My husband gets up and I follow him. He decides he's going to open the door. I want to call the cops, but because we live on the county line, we know it's going to be a while before they can get there. He opens the door to a girl, maybe early 20s. She looks normal except for the fact that she's standing at my door in the middle of the night. I look past her, and her car is pulled into my driveway just off of the road. Not up to the house. Not around the circle. She says she needs to use the phone. She says her car battery died or something. She's not sure, but she can't get it to start. I told my husband no fucking way. This is how horror movies start, and we offered to call the cops, which would be the county sheriff. She asks over and over, but I am not letting her in. We tell her we will call, and she kind of stomps off. We watch her walk back to the car, maybe 50 feet away. I can see her car. I can see her. I call the cops. They say they will be there as soon as they can. About 15 minutes. They don't sound very concerned, and at this point, I'm not really either. I mean, it's just a girl. She probably does have a dead battery. She opens the trunk. No lights come on. She rummages around in the trunk. Then the driver's side door opens. Out steps a guy. Then the back passenger door opens. Out steps one more guy. They all rummage around the trunk. No lights on. I can't hear anything. I can't hear them talking, and I can't tell what they're doing. They all get back in the car. Now at this point, maybe 5 minutes have gone by, and I'm silently praying that the sheriff puts his foot on the gas and gets here quick. But I know it's going to be another 10 minutes or so. They just sit there. In the car. Lights off. Not moving. I can't see them when they're in the car, but I know they're in there. I know they didn't get out of the car and walk past the house because they would have had to walk right under the dusk to dawn light. I would have seen them. I think I see the driver light a smoke. That part I'm not sure about. Then I see something. Someone. Walking towards the car from the right. Coming from the direction of the barn. It's a man. I have no idea who this man is. We don't have a neighbor for at least a mile, and he's coming from the back of my property, which ends in a creek. He walks under the dusk to dawn light straight to the car. He doesn't look at the house. He just walks to the car and gets in the back. The car starts up and they slowly back out of my driveway and head north. The cops arrive about 10 minutes later, and at this point I'm freaking out. They search around, but can't find anything. Asked us if we got a license plate, but they were parked too far away. Tell us to call if they come back. My husband goes and gets his shotgun from the shop, and we try to go back to sleep. They never came back. I don't know who these people were, and I don't know what they wanted. Creepy people in a car without a dead battery. Let's never, ever meet again. Earlier this month, I moved into a new apartment due to not being able to afford my previous apartment, because inflation sucks. My new apartment is, like I said, completely new, and it has an in-unit washer and dryer plus a dishwasher. It's a one-bedroom, and it only costs $800 a month. I mean, seriously? It can't get any better than this. However, there is one slight, teeny tiny issue. Ever since arriving here, every single night, I'm woken up by whistles at exactly 12:34 a.m. By exactly, I mean on the dot. When I heard it, I wanted to go outside to see who it was, but decided against it because I need my beauty sleep. So, anyway, at first, I assumed it was one of my neighbors. I went and knocked on their doors, and they all said it wasn't them. Their expressions did change when I asked, though. They got more serious, almost. I'm not sure why, but they did say it wasn't them and they seemed serious about it, so I really don't think it's them. Did I press my ear against my wall when the whistling started to be absolutely sure? Maybe I did. It was interfering with my precious sleep, so I opted for earplugs. Then, to be 100% sure, I asked a friend of mine to come over. They slept soundly until 12:34 a.m. when they practically jumped out of bed and asked if I heard it. I obviously said yes. They wanted to go outside to investigate. I told them not to. Had to physically pull them back into the one bedroom, lock the door, and told them to go back to sleep. They pouted and whined and groaned, but finally fell asleep. When I awoke, they were still asleep. Thank goodness. "Hey," I stated, touching their shoulder gently and shaking them. "Hmm?" they asked in a daze, before opening their eyes. "Oh, is it morning already?" "Yeah, you should probably get breakfast or something. I'm going to be staying in today." "Can't I stay a little while longer?" "Sorry, you can't. I have work." They ended up leaving. I ended up working a couple of hours and goofing off the rest of the hours. But then my mind went back to last night. It still weirded me out that my friend wanted so badly to go out and see who was whistling, to the point where I had to wrestle them back. I knocked on a neighbor's door once more. The old lady opened the door and waved. "Hello, how are you? Still having trouble sleeping?" "Hi, I'm doing well." I moved a hand to itch the back of my neck awkwardly. "Sort of. I use earplugs now. I had a friend over last night, and they wanted to check out whoever was whistling. It was weird." A frown settled on her face, before she glanced quickly down both sides of the hall. She leaned in. Her voice hushed. "You need to ignore it." She swallowed hard, glancing around again. "You need to ignore the whistling you hear. Do you understand?" "I have been ignoring it. But why?" "The more you listen to the whistling, the stronger the urge to go outside gets. If your willpower is weak like your friend's was, then it can take only one time of listening to the whistling to succumb." "But why? Why is going outside a bad thing?" "That's how it gets you." "It?" "Yes, it. If you go out, it'll replace you. It'll take you and take your skin. Look like you. Talk like you. But it's not you. And if it gets inside your house once, it gets access for life. It can get you that way too." She licked her lips quickly, looking as if she wanted to say more, when another door opened. "Hey." A man in his late 20s greeted me, and I waved. He then directed his attention to the woman. "Are you feeling okay, Miss Tanner?" She swallowed hard, nodding a little. "I feel just fine, Mark. Thank you. I think I'll go, actually. Don't want to hold you up." She closed the door quickly. Mark closed his too. Weird. But hey, $800 a month. I went back into my apartment. I searched high and low for my earplugs. They were nowhere to be found. I know I couldn't have somehow misplaced them. 12:34 a.m., right on the dot. whistling right outside my apartment door. It sounded like my friend. But they didn't go outside because we both fell asleep. Right? The doorknob started to rattle as the whistling got louder. I heard a soft click. I'm hiding in my room. I locked the door, but this doorknob is rattling too, and the whistling is low and frantic, and I don't know what to... I am so sorry for writing all this. As stated, I've been pretty sleep deprived. My brain must be making things up as always. Again, I'm sorry for this weird, frantic rambling. I was incorrect about everything, as was the woman. Please know that it is 100% safe to listen to the whistles at 12:34 a.m. Please know that it is 100% safe to go outside and to invite someone into your home at that time as well. And if you live in my building, please feel free to stop by for a chat at exactly 12:34 in the morning. My boyfriend works late hours, and when I know he's on his way to my house, I'll sit and wait for him in the kitchen to greet him. The main door is in front of me while the back porch one is behind me. He tends to come through that one so my dog doesn't bark. He called me a few minutes ago and said he just left work and he's on his way. So I did my normal routine and sat at the kitchen table scrolling on my phone until I got the "I'm outside" text. After a few minutes of scrolling, I heard his voice. The only light outside of my house was the porch light, so I look out of the kitchen window and nobody's there. "Baby, come outside." Normally his voice is reassuring and welcoming, but I had a terrible feeling and decided to call his cell phone. His phone is a track phone that he buys service for, so sometimes it simply rings twice, which is what it did, every time I called. Eventually I gave up and stepped into the back porch to look outside. Maybe his phone died and he needed me to unlock the door for him. I could feel my heart drop when I remembered the door was unlocked. I start to text him asking him to answer his phone, but while I'm doing this, the voice turns from a gentle tone to an angry one. It yelled my full name and told me to come outside. My boyfriend never calls me by my full name, and at this point I'm starting to feel scared. I looked outside and it now knows that I'm not in the kitchen and that I looked out of the back porch window. I call him again. After what felt like hours, he answered in a concerned way, apologizing because his phone was on vibrate as well as it not working. "Why are you telling me to come outside?" Those were the first words I said. There was an immediate silence over the line. "What do you mean? I'm just now on your road." He sounded worried, but I could tell he thought I was pranking him. The voice was getting angrier by the second. It cussed at me and eventually started banging on the door. It was so loud that even my boyfriend could hear it through the phone. I heard the car speed up, then the sound of gravel from him pulling into my driveway. I finally mustered up the courage to move the curtain and see if there was really anyone there. There was nothing there, but I could see him running up the stairs to get to me. Once he got in, the voice and the banging came to a complete stop. I stood shaken while he looked around my yard only to see a deer running away on its hind legs, just for the front two to hit the ground in front of it as it went into the nearby woods. We didn't sleep much that night, and eventually we plan on moving somewhere that's closer to the city, as my house is out of the way from any other people. Something's out here with us. Last weekend, one of my friends brought up the idea of camping. At first, I was opposed to it as it's fall and cold outside, and the idea of having to sleep in a tent with another person just didn't seem appealing. But when all 5 of us talked about it, I realized that maybe it wasn't such a bad idea after all. We decided to do it next weekend, aka now. This morning, we went out and bought everything we needed. Tents, snakes, a lighter, and a couple of more things that don't need mentioning. We decided it would be best to do it in the woods 2 hours away from any road or houses. I was particularly upset about that, as anything could happen, from some random person attacking us to a bear sneaking in our tents. But we'd have our car parked on the nearest road, so if anything did happen, we could just run to it. At least that's what some others said. I brought up the fact that it's a 2-hour walk, but of course I was ignored. We drove as far as we could before we got out to start walking. I noticed a few things. First of all, no sound of wildlife. No crickets, no birds, no nothing making sound. And it felt odd. Like something was slightly off. I chalked it up to my nerves acting up and ignored it. "Where should we set the tents up at?" Rob asked, taking a puff of his joint. "Right over there looks good," Nate replied, motioning for Rob to pass it to him. "Who's setting it up?" After a little conversation, we decided Dan and Murphy could do it while the rest of us goes out to see if we can find any squirrels to hunt. I doubted it. It didn't exactly seem like this place was crawling with wildlife. "Grab my rifle, would you?" I grabbed it and threw it at him. "Don't worry, it wasn't loaded yet." He catches it, saying a quick thanks, and off we went. We were out for hours looking to no avail. There was absolutely nothing. I didn't even see any bugs. "Maybe we can go on back now. We can eat the stuff we brought." Rob and Nate stopped walking, to which I assumed meant they agreed. We turned back around and started walking back towards camp. A couple of minutes of walking, I heard a sound. It was quiet, but we all heard it. We stopped walking to look around. Behind us there was a deer, except it wasn't normal. Its horns were growing out of its mouth, and it had 5 legs. I had never seen anything like it before, but I've heard of it. Deformed deers. I wasn't too worried. We decided not to kill it because we definitely weren't about to eat it, being too worried about catching some type of disease. I wondered though, how long has that deer been following us, being so silent that we hadn't even noticed it? We made it back to camp about an hour later. We ended up eating some cans of chili we brought with us. We cooked it over the fire we made. The 5 of us were sharing tents, 2 in one and 3 in another. I was sharing with Nate. Robert, Murphy, and Dan were in the other. We stayed up for a few more hours singing songs and drinking beer before we headed off to bed. I fell asleep about an hour after laying down. I woke up to a clicking noise. It took me a second to register what was happening. I assumed it was one of the guys doing something, but just in case, I grabbed my gun and unzipped the tent. I froze. The deer from before were standing outside my tent, its mouth moving weirdly. Its teeth were clicking against each other every few seconds from the weird movement. It followed us all the way back? How did we not notice? I zipped the tent back up and tried to ignore it. Needless to say, I got no sleep that night. The next morning, all 6 of us decided to stay one more thing before packing up to leave. It was weird. I felt like something was messing with my mind, that my brain wasn't working correctly. I was scared, I just didn't know what of. Me, Dan, Nate, Robert, Murphy, and... Wait. And? What was I talking about? There was only 5. No, 6 of us. Wait, 6? Never mind, it's not important. I spent all evening wondering what was wrong with my mind. I could tell the others felt the same way. That night, all 6 of us went to sleep. 3 in one, and 3 in another. I was with Nate and... someone. Something felt wrong, but I just couldn't put my foot on it. That night I woke up to the same clicking noise as last night, this time from inside the tent. I was too scared to move. Had the deer somehow made it into the tent? However, I felt Nate shift to get up. "What?" I heard him say before he went silent, cutting off whatever he was about to say. "What the hell?" I heard him say, again, slightly louder this time. I felt something move on my left side, which was strange because Nate was on my right side. "Oh, whoa, oh shit!" I heard before I felt someone leap over me onto Nate. I woke up the next morning, panting. Was it all a dream? All 5 of us packed up to leave. Something still felt wrong. No. One of us felt wrong. Nate was off. He talked the same and acted the same, but it was the way he looked. Have you ever heard of Uncanny Valley? Like that. I know something was off, but I just couldn't put my finger on it. I ignored it. And with that, all 5 of us walked to the car, got in and took off. I couldn't help but feel like I made a mistake. Like I was about to unleash something unholy into the town we live in. Like I did something bad. On a chilly autumn night, my wife Rose and I pulled into the gas station down the road from our house. Our tires crunched on the gravel as we parked, and the dim glow of the station's lights cast eerie shadows on the pavement. We had just finished work, exhausted and eager to get home. As we stepped out of the car, a stranger emerged from the darkness, his features obscured by the dim lighting. He approached us with a request that I immediately declined. He wanted a ride to town. It was late at night, and I wasn't going to give a stranger a 30-minute ride into town. No, thank you. After browsing the gas station's rather unimpressive selection of snacks, Rose and I eventually decided on the snacks we wanted and checked out. When we left the gas station, I noticed the stranger was gone. He must have asked one of the many truck drivers for a ride to town, and one of them was actually going that way, so they said yes. We were about 2 minutes away from the gas station when car headlights appeared in our rearview mirror. The driver, clearly intoxicated, swerved recklessly, flashing their high beams and tailgating us relentlessly. Panic set in, and I made a snap decision not to lead this driver to where I live. I made an abrupt right turn onto a back road in a desperate attempt to lose them. We eventually shook them off our trail and managed to arrive home almost 45 minutes later. Even though it was now almost 2 a.m., we just felt relieved to have evaded our relentless pursuer. We locked the doors, feeling a semblance of safety. However, our peace was short-lived. In the dead of the night, our Ring doorbell began to chime incessantly. I opened my phone to check the live feed, but the screen showed nothing but darkness. Probably an animal or a bug flying by setting it off. I locked my phone and laid back down, hoping to put the strange night behind me. But the next few nights weren't exactly normal. Rose and I started to have a few arguments here and there, with her accusing me of leaving the freezer open and misplacing things. Now, I know what you're thinking. She's probably right. And I do have a history of being forgetful, losing things, and not closing the freezer all the way, but I've been very careful lately. After a heated fight about me leaving the freezer open for the second night in a row, I needed some fresh air, so I took our dog Fido out to go potty. Fido is a creature of habit, so you can understand my confusion when he froze dead in his tracks as we were walking into the backyard. Puzzled, I turned around and walked Fido back to the front yard, where he reluctantly relieved himself. He always refused to go in the front yard. I'm assuming he caught the scent of a bigger animal or something. This continued for a few more days, with Fido refusing his routine and only going pee and poop in the front yard. About a week later, Rose and I found ourselves back at the same gas station, craving late-night snacks once again. That's when I saw it. The same car that had pursued us relentlessly last week was parked in the lot. My blood ran cold as I recognized it. Anger consumed me as I entered the gas station and approached the only person in there besides the cashier. Do you think tailgating someone and trying to run them off the road is funny? I exploded at the man. His confusion was palpable for a split second until he glanced outside the gas station window at my vehicle that Rose was anxiously waiting in. His face turning ghostly pale. You've got it all wrong. I was trying to get your attention because there was a man in the back of your car. I was sure I was going to see you on the news the next night if I didn't do anything about it. But obviously, I was wrong because you're still here. I don't know what to do. In the past 72 hours, my life has been turned upside down. Our family has been thrown into chaos. My wife is missing, and I fear she'll never return. Let me start from the beginning. My wife and I started playing hide and seek with our 2 young kids. However, they're a little too young to hide effectively. They always hide in the same spot, every time. So we found it's more fun for one of us parents to hide, and then the rest of us seek. I've hidden from my wife and kids just by standing completely still in the corner of a dark room. It's amazing how our brains are programmed to see things that move. My wife gets a little more creative, but it's hard for us to do anything too elaborate because the kids are not very cooperative and waiting for us to hide. On Tuesday evening after work, we decided to play. My wife decided to hide first. I counted down from 10 with the kids holed up in the downstairs office. Ready or not, here I come. The kids bounded out of the room like wild dogs. I followed, slowly, trying to get a sense of where my wife was hiding. I'd often try to figure out what room she was hiding in first, to gently guide the kids so that we wouldn't find her too soon, or spend too long looking for her. I saw her when I entered the living room. She was crouched behind the couch. I could see a bit of her elbow poking out from behind the upholstery. The kids walked right past her, too intent on checking the kitchen. I waited for them to return. As they walked back in and rounded the couch, I waited for them to squeal in delight. Except they didn't. Confused, I approached the couch. She wasn't there. Maybe I'd just seen a tag or something poking out. Or maybe she'd moved her hiding spot. Wouldn't be the first time. As I said, she's more creative at this than I am. So we moved on. We checked all the usual spots, underneath the shelving in the garage, behind the kitchen door, even in the lower kitchen cabinets. She wasn't in any of those spots. Maybe she went upstairs. I hadn't heard her go upstairs, but she can creep pretty quietly. I walked along the hallways, the kids in tow. "Jesse," I called, in a singing song voice. "We're going to find you." Gotcha. Our bedroom door was open, and there was a long, Jess-shaped lump under the covers. "Let's check Mom and Dad's bedroom," I said to the kids, pattering footsteps as they charged behind me. I reached for the light switch, flicked on the lights, then grabbed the hem of the comforter and yanked it off. My heart dropped. The bed was empty. I stared down in confusion. It must have just been bunched up weirdly, but I could have sworn it looked like a person under there. The rough shape of someone in a fetal position, legs bent, back curved. I backed out of the room. The kids and I went downstairs. "Jess," I called out. "We can't find you, come on out." Nothing. The kids lost interest. They bounded into the family room and began playing with their cars. I was about to call out to her again when I noticed the chain of the basement door lock was disengaged. Aha! As I approached, my heart hammered in my chest. I knew she was waiting on the other side, waiting to jump out at me and give me a heart attack. She'd done that before. I took a deep breath and swung open the door. She wasn't there. Damp air wafted up from the basement. I clicked on the light. "Jess?" I called out. No answer. "The kids aren't playing anymore," I called down. "And you shouldn't be hiding down there anyway. These stairs are too dangerous." Nothing. I turned, about to close the door, but then something caught my eye. Black hair, poking through the gap between the stairs, about halfway down. She's hiding under the stairs? I stepped down. The wood creaked under my weight. The hair glistened below me in the dim yellow light. I continued down the steps, avoiding stepping on her hair, until I was standing on the concrete floor. I whirled around. Aha! But the space under the stairs was empty. My blood ran cold. "Jess, this isn't funny," I shouted. "Stop playing games with me." A footstep sounded behind me. I whirled around. The naked bulb in the ceiling only lit half the basement. The other half, where we had rows and rows of storage boxes, was in near total darkness. But I squinted, trying to make it out. In the murky darkness, behind a stack of boxes in the corner, I thought I could see her standing there. I could only see her in my peripheral vision, like how you can only see dim stars when you're not looking right at them, because of how your optic cells are arranged. I focused on one of the storage boxes, really stared at it, and when I did, I realized I could see her pale calves extending up into the darkness, and as I stood there, I realized I could hear her breathing. "I can see you there," I said, my voice wavering. "Why are you being so weird? The kids aren't even playing anymore, so come out, please?" Deep in the pit of my stomach, I knew there was something wrong. Something horribly wrong. So I chickened out. "I'm going upstairs. You can join me when you're ready." I headed for the stairs, but halfway there, the bulb flickered and went out. Total darkness surrounded me. I stretched my hands out, blindly groping into the darkness. They only fell on air. I frantically pawed through the air, searching for something. Anything. My fingers caught in something. Hair. I screamed and yanked my hands back. Then I ran blindly into the darkness, but something glanced off me. I shoved at it. I heard a dull thwack, and then I kept running. The side of the banister caught me straight in the chest. Panting, I felt my way to the stairs and climbed them as fast as I could. Then I locked the door to the basement and frantically ran to my kids. They were fine, but as I hugged them, I couldn't get the horrible thought out of my mind. The hair I'd felt, it was higher than my eye level. About 6.5 feet off the ground. Jess is only 5'2". The police searched the entire house. My wife isn't here. They searched the backyard and patrolled in a 3-mile radius. They came up empty-handed. It's like she disappeared off the face of the earth. Except, last night, as I rolled over in bed, I swear my fingers touched something warm. It's been a while since I updated, and I'm sorry, but my life has been hell. I don't even trust my own sanity anymore. I don't know what's real and what's not. But I do know one thing for sure. Jess, the love of my life, is gone. When she'd been missing for 3 days, I did everything I could to find her. I stapled missing posters to telephone poles. I called friends and family, people she could have escaped to. Even though her car was still in the driveway. Even though I knew she must be somewhere in the house. I soldiered on and pretended this was an average missing persons case. But things only got worse. On the morning of day 7, I opened our closet to get dressed. As I scanned the hanging shirts, looking for my purple button-down, I noticed something in my peripheral vision. Something beige-colored, poking out from under the sleeve of Jess's flannel shirt. I couldn't be sure, but from the brief glimpse I got, it looked like a finger. Every muscle in my body froze. My heart began to pound. My eyes snapped on it just in time to see a hint of movement in the limp, hanging sleeve, as if there was something in there, pulling itself up, coiling further into the shirt. I leapt forward and thrust my arms into the clothes, pushed them back and forth, but there was nothing. Heart throbbing in my ears, I ripped shirts off their hangers and threw them on the ground. I didn't stop until all the clothes were heaped in a pile on the floor. But, of course, the closet was empty. I stood there, panting, feeling like a madman. I must have imagined it. I must have. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the movement in the sleeve of something pulling back up into it. For a few days, I was able to keep it together. I stuck to the routine of sleep, eat, work, pick kids up, spend time with them, and go to bed. I focused on comforting them, telling them that everything would be okay. It was hard to answer their questions. Where's Mommy? When will Mommy be home? But I comforted them as best as I could. The three of us were in this together. At least we had each other. But the peace was short-lived. I was watching TV after the kids went to sleep. I got up to get another drink and saw something poking out from the wall, by the stairs. It was on the second stair. Just a little black blob that my brain knew wasn't supposed to be there. What is that? I got up and stepped closer, the voices on the TV growing distant as I focused on it. Did the kids drop some food? Or a sock? Or something? I got closer and then froze. I recognized it. The shiny black satin, the edge of the bow. It was one of Jess's high heels. And now, as I got closer, I could see a bit of flesh poking out above the edge of the shoe, and a shadow stretching out along the hardwood floor. She's standing there. Jess? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Silence. I stepped closer, staring at the shoe. At that bit of pale flesh, the top of her foot, sticking out above the curved edge. I grabbed the side of the wall for balance, and then as fast as I could, swung out into the foyer. Nothing. No one was standing on the stairs. I backed away. I felt dizzy. Maybe I imagined it. I have had 3 drinks, but deep down, I knew I didn't imagine it. Just like I didn't imagine seeing Jess in the basement that night, or feeling that hair in the darkness. I wasn't crazy. At least, I didn't think so. Then again, if I were crazy, I probably wouldn't know I was. I forced the incident out of my mind. I had to. I had to keep it together, for my Ava and Henry. They'd already lost one parent. They couldn't lose 2, so I just focused everything I had on helping them, comforting them, loving them. But then there was that horrible night 2 weeks ago. Daddy, I'm scared, Ava said as she walked into my room. It was almost 11, way past Ava's bedtime. I groaned, thinking how cranky she'd be when I had to wake her up for school in the morning. Why are you scared? I asked, getting out of bed. There's a monster under my bed. All the blood drained out of my face. Normally, those words wouldn't scare a parent. Kids always think there are monsters under the bed. It's practically a cliche. But going through everything with Jess, my heart sunk into my stomach like an anchor. I heard it breathing. My heart plummeted further. Okay, sweetheart, I finally said, forcing a smile on my face. I'll check it out for you. The 2 of us walked towards her bedroom. My heart throbbed in my ears. When we got to the doorway, I paused. You go to your brother's room, okay? And I'll check it out. She skipped off to his room and I was left alone. At first, nothing seemed amiss. I could make out most of the room in the dim light from the mermaid nightlight at her bedside. The space under the bed, however, was pitch black. I swallowed. Then I slowly got on my hands and knees. The darkness under the bed was pure black, but when I actually lowered my head to the floor, I saw straight through to the other side. Her pile of stuffed animals and dolls, all thrown together in a heap, the bottom of her unicorn poster, the shaggy purple rug. I began to get up, and froze. No. There was hair, hanging off the edge of the bed. I lay there, frozen. Black spots danced in my vision. The hair didn't move as I stared at it. It didn't disappear or go away. Is Jess lying on the bed? I sucked in a breath. My heart pounded so hard I felt dizzy. Slowly, holding my breath, I pushed myself up. My eyes peeked over the top of the bed. First I saw the covers, then Ava's pillow. Then, oh, for fuck's sakes, Ava's frozen doll, Anna, was laying at the edge of the bed. Her hair cascaded over the edge, looking almost black in the dim light. I grabbed the stupid doll and put it on the pillow. Then I grabbed the comforter and shook it out, laying it on the bed and smoothing it out. These damn kids, gonna give me a heart attack someday, I swear. Ava, I called, turning around. Your room's fine. My breath caught in my throat. The air vent, near the floor, between the metal slats, 2 eyes glimmered in the darkness. I expected myself to scream, to run, but I'd had enough of this thing, whatever it was, tormenting me. I scrambled over to the vent. Hey! My voice echoed against the metal. Come back here! What did you do to Jess? Soft thumping sounds as it crawled deeper into the house, and then nothing. I let out a shuddering breath. Slowly, I stood up, my heart pounding. I stepped out into the hallway, and then I heard the screams. Seeing that thing in the air vents was nothing compared to the fear I felt when I heard my children scream. I raced down the hallway, every part of my body in panic mode. Ava! Henry! My feet pounding underneath me. The door to Henry's room hung open. I burst inside. Ava was cowered with Henry, who'd just woken up. Both of them were staring behind me, at the shadows behind the bedroom door. I grabbed the doorknob and, in one swift motion, swung it open, just in time to see a lock of dark hair disappear back into the air vent. Come on, we're getting out of here. I picked up Henry, grabbed Ava's hand, and we raced for the stairs. Metallic thumping sounded through the walls all around us, as if it were following us in the air ducts, frantically trying to prevent our escape. But we made it out to the car, and then we were pulling out of the driveway, tires screeching against the road. 2 days ago, I put the house up for sale. We can't live here anymore. I don't know what's living in my house now, but it isn't Jess. My wife is gone. I told the real estate agent everything that happened. It didn't feel right letting another family buy this house, only to be tormented by this thing. But she just looked at me like I was crazy. And maybe I am. But I know now that my kids have seen it too. Heard it. Felt its presence, crawling and slithering within the bowels of our home. So this is the only way I know of to warn you. If you're looking for a house and come across a white house with burgundy shutters behind a picket fence on a dead-end street in Franklin, Pennsylvania, don't buy it. My wife Kate sometimes calls me Jack when she gets upset. My name is Tom. Jack was the name of my wife's first husband. and that's pretty much all I know about him. Kate was reluctant to talk about the marriage. It was unusually brief and, from what I gather, wholly unpleasant. I did my best not to pry. Still, the idea that there was a man before me would sometimes tug on my insecurities. I usually kept my feelings to myself as I didn't want to open any old wounds. But now I'm starting to wonder what happened to him. I met Kate shortly after I finished my undergrad at the Houston Symphony. I'm not sure why I went since I never preferred classical music, but I couldn't complain about free tickets. Unbeknownst to me, I would sit next to my future wife during Mozart's Requiem. Kate and I talked the whole time. It was like I had known her for years. I mustered up the courage to ask her to dinner and have been madly in love ever since. Kate was a bit older than me, which I had no problem with. She was just finishing up her psychiatry residency when we first met. Kate came from a wealthy and posh English family with long ties to the banking industry and scientific discovery. They intimidated me because I was the first person in my family to even complete high school. We didn't see Kate's family much, and I got the impression that they disapproved of our relationship. But that didn't matter to Kate. She loved me for who I was. We eloped after only 6 months of dating and moved in together. Kate started her practice in our new home and life began to make sense. I didn't have to worry about money anymore, and Kate suggested I quit teaching to focus more on my novel. I've been writing a book, but my creativity and willpower took a dive when I started teaching. Sitting at my desk all day was dull and isolating. I sometimes wondered if I was even meant to be a writer. To decompress, I'd take walks in the park and watch the landscapers cut the grass and trim the hedges. I felt an odd kinship toward them and fantasized about riding on one of their lawnmowers in the hot sun. Anything was better than being crammed at my desk. But I knew Kate would be disappointed if I gave up writing entirely. The boredom got to me one day. I just couldn't stand being trapped in my study for another 8 hours. Kate was at a medical conference, so I had the whole house to myself for a few days. After 1 or 2 bottles of wine, I found myself standing outside Kate's office. Kate was very protective of her office space, and I couldn't step foot in there unless I brought her lunch. But I was drunk, and my curiosity got the better of me, so I went in. Kate's office was smaller than I remembered. It had olive green walls and was usually dimly lit with candles. There was a relaxing waterfall fountain in the back corner, and when you lay on the chaise lounge, you felt like you were in a tropical paradise. I sat down to clear my head when I noticed another door in the room. I was sure I had never seen it before. I opened the door and was greeted by a black room with soundproofed walls. In the middle of the room was a tiny round table with 2 lounge chairs. An old light bulb hung from the ceiling. What the hell was this place? It felt strangely familiar, and I felt anxious when I explored it. In the corner of the room was a dusty filing cabinet. It must have contained patient records. I know I shouldn't have opened it, but I was still inebriated enough to do something irresponsible. I opened the top drawer, but it only contained one thing: a wrinkled composition notebook. I picked up the notebook and realized it was someone else's journal. The first date was almost 10 years ago. Written on the top margin in faded black ink, Jack Taylor. I rushed back to my study and slammed the door. I knew I'd feel terrible for invading Kate's privacy once I sobered up, but I started reading the journal anyway. The first entry was short, and many words were either crossed out or misspelled. Dr. Kate said I should keep a journal to write down my thoughts. She said it will help me feel better, so here they are. My name is Jack Taylor. I'm 25 years old. I was born in Waco. I like to be outside. I like to watch the Cowboys on Sunday. I like to drink Lone Star beer. That's all, I guess. I almost started laughing. No wonder their marriage didn't last very long. This guy was a total dud and not at all Kate's type. I wonder what she saw in him. I decided to keep reading as my ego prevented me from not making fun of this guy. I glossed over to the next entry. I showed Kate my first page, and she got mad at me. She said that this journal was for feelings and emotions. Well, excuse me. It was her idea in the first place. I feel bad, I guess. She's so smart, and I'm me. Just a gardener. I'll have my own business someday though. Then I'll ask Kate to marry me. I started to feel bad after the second passage. Jack may have been a bit dim, but I could definitely empathize with him. I always felt like I needed to be better for Kate. It could be hard to be with someone so much more accomplished than yourself. I mulled over whether or not I wanted to continue reading, but decided to keep going. The following passage was dated almost a year later. I know it's been a while since I've written in this journal because I decided to only write when I felt depressed. Kate keeps bringing up the idea of me going back to school, and while that sounds nice, I'm content with our life. I enjoy writing and even have ideas for a book, but I'm not sure I want to return to college. The landscaping business is doing better than anticipated. It's blue-collar work, and I know Kate is embarrassed because her family back in Cornwall disapproves. However, we've set our vows, which should mean more to her. I'll talk to her tomorrow. I need to put my foot down. I stopped reading to pour another glass of wine. It was interesting to hear Jack's perspective on his marriage to Kate. Kate never outright said anything nasty about Jack, but I always got the feeling that he was solely the problem. I guess situations are always more complicated than they seem. I flipped to the next page with a different perspective. Plus, his writing had improved dramatically since his first entry. The fighting with Kate is getting worse. Why can't she just accept me for who I am? I will never be the sensual, introspective novelist that she desires. I have a business to run. A business, I might add, that has paid for this house and extra additions for her new office once she finishes her residency. I'm just so exhausted from the constant mental gymnastics with her. It's almost like she's trying to conform me to her weird fantasy. I like what I do. I shook my head and took another sip of wine. It was almost surreal reading Jack's journal. We were more similar than I had initially thought. Was Kate doing the same thing to me? I really enjoyed teaching, but I knew it wouldn't be enough for her. I kept reading. Last night I had that terrible nightmare again. I dreamt I was sitting in a dark room and sitting at a chipped wooden table. Kate was there too, and she kept turning the light on and off while saying terrible things to me. Before I woke up, she was screaming, almost foaming at the mouth. I've never seen her that angry before. I haven't been able to sleep well very recently, and I honestly don't feel like myself anymore. I've called in sick to work for the past 3 days. I thought being outside would help me breathe again, but working is the last thing I want to do. Perhaps Kate is right. Maybe a change of scenery would be helpful for me. I froze after I read the last page. The room Jack dreamt about had to be the same in Kate's office. Was Kate doing something to him? I crept back to Kate's office and slipped into the room again. It felt even smaller this time, and the feelings of anxiousness rose from my stomach again. I grasped my chest, struggling to breathe until I thought I was almost suffocating. What was going on with me? My knees started to buckle, and I slid into the cold wooden table's only chair. I looked up, and it felt like the Vanta black walls slowly moved toward me. I mustered up all my strength and threw myself at the filing cabinet to put Jack's journal back. This time, I knocked over a small manila folder from the top of the cabinet. Was this here before? I grabbed it and rushed out of the room, collapsing on Kate's chaise lounge. I quickly came back to my senses and inspected the folder. It was filled with documents, and on the corner was a rectangular blue sticker labeled Jack Taylor. Inside were patient records and various essays scribbled with handwriting that looked like Kate's. Was Jack Kate's patient before they were married? That didn't make any sense. Kate hadn't even started her practice when we got married. How was she already treating patients? And to marry one? Kate was almost paranoid about following ethical guidelines. To break her oath seemed unfathomable to me. Against my best judgment, I opened the folder and combed through the pages. Jack was undergoing treatment for dissociative identity disorder and depression. Early forms of therapy weren't helping, and Kate wrote in her notes that she would try a controversial form of treatment as an alternative. Hypnosis. My eyes immediately darted to the corner room, the door still hanging wide open. revealing an abyss. So that's what the room was for. I kept flipping through the pages and found through Kate's notes that the therapy seemed to be working, though Jack's disorder desperately tried to fight it. There were several documents on hypnotherapy and a letter from a former professor on his experience implementing the procedure. I knew from Jack's journal that he had vague memories of being hypnotized and that they manifested into his dreams. This was wrong. A photograph slid out of one of the papers in the folder. I picked it up to examine it. It was a picture of Kate and a man I assumed to be Jack. He was burly, with cropped black hair, a bushy beard, and an apparent farmer's tan. He looked familiar, but I didn't think I had ever seen him before. Maybe I learned too much about this man, but I'm deciding to confront Kate about him. She always preaches that honest conversations strengthen relationships, so now is the time. I'm going to finish up writing here and then wait for Kate to get home. It may be painful, but I need to do this for myself. And maybe even for Jack, wherever he may... I suppose I owe you an explanation. I'm honestly impressed at how much of a sleuth you are. I have no idea how you came across Tom's musings, though it doesn't matter. Fine, I'll grant you this one favor. Jack came to me as a patient in the early 2000s. He was a gardener who drove his large truck through a bar during a manic episode. I must admit, he was quite striking when I met him. Tall, muscular, and hairy. Exactly my type physically. He wasn't, how do you Americans say this? The sharpest knife in the drawer. But what if he could be? What if he could be convinced over time that he was the man of my dreams? Hypnosis is a tricky procedure, and it takes years to bind someone to your will. I hit an impasse after Jack and I were married, until I had an epiphany. Jack Taylor would never be a romantic writer who would serenade me with poems and beach novellas. But Tom Rhodes could be. I didn't need to bend someone to my will. I needed to get them to believe they were not the person they thought they were. Through hypnosis, a gardener could become a novelist. Plus, I always preferred the name Tom. The experiment went extraordinarily well at first, but alas, Tom's disorder was incredibly resilient. It was like his DID was leading him to the truth in a twisted and cruel way. I knew he was getting close to finding out when he started writing less and drinking more. I told him I was going to a news conference and let him figure out the truth for himself. Where is he now? Oh, darling. I wouldn't worry about Tom anymore. His job is done, and he's now at peace. I'm ready to close the chapter on this experiment. I'm done with using hypnosis for love. But you, what are we going to do with you? You know something is wrong the moment you leave the crowded restaurant. Instead of the triple-digit heat you'd encountered mere hours earlier, a sharp and biting breeze greets you. Your car is gone. The entire parking lot is empty. You head back inside only to be met by darkness. The place looks as if it's been abandoned for years. You hear a clattering from the kitchen, but instinct tells you to run, not investigate. The automated door opens and closes as you exit. Otherwise, it's nearly silent. The neighboring buildings seem further away than you remember and cast an unnatural silhouette in the moonlight. The squeal of the doors opening again cuts through the silence. You turn around, but cannot see whatever triggered them. You can feel it though. Whatever it is. There's something new on the air. A hollowness. A focused hunger. Something yearning to be full. Directed solely at you. You quicken your steps, looking for someone. Anyone. But find yourself utterly alone. No. You correct yourself. There is no one here to help you, but you are not alone. You hear it behind you on the frost-covered grass that had been sun-scorched only a few hours before. You look back for a moment and instantly regret it. If you hadn't looked, you could lie to yourself, say it was your imagination. But you've seen them now. Those footprints that paint an image in your mind that you cannot shake. You slip off your shoes and break into a run, legs and lungs burning. As you begin to lose hope, lights and sound come rushing back all at once. The thick heat hits you like a wall, and you've never been happier for it. Your pursuer appears to be gone, that feeling of being hunted alone in the dark along with it. You walk the remaining miles, telling yourself to keep it together. By the time you've arrived home, your hand only shakes slightly as you turn the key. Your relief, as you step over the threshold, is short-lived. Even in the dark, it's clear that the place is empty. The hallway seems just a bit too long and narrow. You hear a noise from within your bedroom. Something heavy moving along the carpeted floor, the sound increasing with proximity. Hunger radiates through the small space. Exhaustion has replaced adrenaline. You're less stable on your feet. You stumble out the door, hoping that it will lead you to your noisy complex. Instead, you're met by cold, darkness, and distant buildings that are at the same time both familiar and not. You're slower than you were before. Hours pass without reprieve. Hope fades that light and sound will return. Behind you, you feel the measured patience of something that doesn't need speed to catch its prey. There's something else there too. The mutual knowledge that eventually, you may fall. You will need to stop. But it will not. I work security for a hush-hush, off-the-books reach lab. Deep underground. My boss Ricky always said nanotech and AI are a match made in hell. But the consequences of our employer's bad decision keep me gainfully employed. Dispatching the shambling humanoid avatars the Atlas Core keeps churning out from its infinite pool of gray goo. Trouble is, each generation gets better. Makes it slightly closer to the exit of our bedrock bunker. They look like us now. Plead for their lives like a human would. Answer questions only the crew should know. We think Atlas got access to our personal files somehow. There's now debate about whether these things even know they aren't human. Luckily, Atlas still has trouble doing the fingers. They used to stick out in weird places. Now it just gets the number wrong. Too many or too few. That's how I know we've been overrun. All my coworkers have 5 fingers on each hand. Not 6 like a normal human ought to. Like I do. They smile at me. Wave. Like they're taunting me with their imperfect limbs. I don't wave back. I know what they're planning. The second the relief team comes down the elevator at the end of our rotation, these imposters will try to rush the surface, to take over. I can't let that happen. I'm going up first, and I'm going to make sure Atlas and all its minions can never crawl out of this pit. Two days ago, I was walking on my normal route to my office. I passed by a little alleyway that I must have passed by 100 or 1,000 times before. But that day, it seemed a little different. There was a little antique shop I had never paid attention to before there. Me being me, and wanting to find an excuse to be late to work, I decided to go take a look. The shop owner was kind enough, he let me look around to see everything. I found a pair of cute glasses and figured that they would be fun to wear for a day. I bought them for around $20, said goodbye to the shop owner and figured I'd probably never see him again. I went home that night and decided to put them on and ask my wife how I looked in them. She told me that I looked silly, but when I looked at her, I could see a small thought bubble next to her head with a, "He's annoying. Why doesn't he get a promotion already?" in them. I took the glasses off so I could blink my eyes, but they were gone. I put the glasses back on and there they were again. I looked at my daughter, who's in kindergarten next, whose thoughts were, of course, I don't want to do the homework, I want to play. I looked at the dog and its thoughts were, that other dog in the park felt pretty good today. I didn't look further into that one. So I had just found mind reading glasses. That's insane. But did I want that kind of power? No. I put the glasses down on my desk and left them there. I took my pills and went to bed. The next day I went to work as usual, except I could see all my coworkers' thoughts. My coworker Kelsey thinks our boss is annoying. I agree. But also our boss finally wants to give me a promotion, so maybe she's not that annoying. That night I put the glasses on my desk again and went to sleep. And overslept. In a rush, I left the house and went to work without the amazing glasses. After I returned back from work, my daughter approached me, wearing the glasses. "Daddy," she asks, "what are those pills you take every night before you sleep?" I said, "Well, honey, it's a sleeping pill I have to take. I've been having trouble sleeping since I've been having a tough time at work lately." Then she says, "Oh, okay. But Daddy, why does Mommy want to put 50 of them in your dinner tonight?" "Bellamy, open the door. She's sick, and if you don't let us in, she's going to die." Escape. The surface of the moon was a dull, dusty gray, but the view from the lander window was still the most beautiful thing I had seen in my life. The earth shone brightly in the distance on a canvas of pure black, surrounded by legions of stars. I and my 4 other crewmates had just landed on the moon's surface a few hours ago, cementing ourselves in the history books alongside only 12 others who had witnessed the same majesty in person. "Crazy, isn't it?" a voice asked from behind me. I turned, knowing well the voice of the man whom I had worked closely with for the past 2 years in preparation for this mission. It was Andrew Radcliffe, the crew's geological specialist. "I can hardly believe it," I said breathlessly. "I'm looking at it with my own eyes, and even still I can't believe we're here." "Decades of staring up here wondering what it looks like will do that," another voice chimed in. This one belonging to Diana Figueroa, our mechanical engineer. "Doesn't seem real." The other 2 members of the crew, Noah Thornton, our medical specialist, and Amelia Shaw, our commander and pilot, were still working on donning their spacesuits, but I was certain they shared the same sentiment. With all of the post-landing checks complete, the crew was preparing to set off on the first lunar exploration since 1972. The commander had asked me to stay behind and follow protocol of having one person in the lunar lander at all times. I'd reluctantly agreed. Having secured her helmet, I heard Commander Shaw's voice come in from one of the speakers on the control panel in front of me. "Testing comms. Test. Can you hear me?" I nodded and gave her a thumbs up. The others responded with their confirmation, each voice coming through the radio on the panel, clear as a bell. I pressed the mic button and spoke. "Loud and clear. Can you hear me?" Again, they all responded in the affirmative. "For this first outing, it only seems fitting that we visit Taurus Latrobe and pay our respects to the flag erected by our predecessors. The valley isn't far, especially if we take the rover. So overall, I think we can plan on a modest 3-hour tour. Agreed?" Everyone agreed. "We've got enough oxygen for an 8-hour expedition, so there shouldn't be any concern there. If we run into trouble, Bellamy will manage comms and visuals fed in from the rover and will be able to assist us from the lander." "Just don't be gone for too long," I said. "I can't wait to get out there and it's gonna kill me to watch you all having fun." "Don't worry, Cinderella," Noah said. "You'll get to the ball." "Yeah, no one knows all about getting to balls," Drew quipped, earning himself a stern response from Commander Shaw. Although I thought I could see a faint smile on her face through the reflective glass of her helmet. We said our goodbyes and I watched from the window as my 4 crewmates piled into the LRV and drove off into the distance. The LRV was equipped with several cameras, all of which ran a constant feed into a series of monitors at the control panel. With that and with the radio communication, it was almost like I was there with them. I wasn't suited up myself, sure, but it was just enough to satiate the excitement I'd felt growing in my stomach from the moment we left Earth. I watched as the crew approached the valley where the last lunar crew had planted their flag in 1972, and as our crew assembled and planted their own. My heart broke a little as I watched this all take place, wishing desperately that I could have been there, but I knew that someone would have to stay back had I gone, and I wanted that for my colleagues, my friends, as little as I wanted it for myself. It was enough just to be where I was. After about 2 hours had passed, Commander Shaw started to shut down the party. "All right, everyone. Finish collecting your samples and take measurements, and let's get back to the lander. We promised Bellamy that we'd..." Her voice trailed off. "Did any of you just see that?" Normally, I would have expected a poorly timed joke from Drew or Noah, but the sudden sharp tone in the commander's voice was so off-putting that I knew at once something was wrong. "Noah?" Commander Shaw said in a tone I liked less than her first question. Was that concern in her voice? "What's going on?" I asked into the mic. Silence answered. "Commander, do you copy?" Nothing. I looked over at the video feed and saw someone, I couldn't distinguish who, walking past one of the cameras. Then every single feed went black. "Guys, what's going on? Amelia, Noah, Diana, Drew, can any of you hear me?" Silence. "I've lost comms and visuals. Repeat, I've lost comms and visuals. I'm totally blind over here. If you can hear me, return to the lander at once." Nothing. On the screens in front of me, white text flashed reading, "Signal lost." The silence I was then plunged into was so total, so isolating, that it sucked the air from my lungs and threatened to suffocate me. For a moment, I teetered on the edge of sanity, and then it was gone. I sprang into action, immediately running troubleshooting processes and reboot protocols. If both the signal from the rover and the comms were down, that was more likely to be an issue with the lander than it was with the team. And if it was an issue with the lander, it was something I could fix. I spent the next hour running diagnostics and trying everything to get comms back, all while repeating my message into the mic, hoping that the team will return sooner than planned. As their arrival time approached, I found myself looking out the window several times a minute, anxious for my comrades to return and assist me with this growing catastrophe. The next hour passed with terrifying speed as I spent more and more time staring at the horizon, praying desperately to see movement. Still, nothing happened. Nobody came. Nothing moved. Where the hell were they? Being late was unlike Amelia. Being an hour late was downright impossible. Unless something happened to them. I took a deep breath. Nothing happened to them. What could possibly happen? They were the smartest people I'd ever known. The likelihood of them getting into trouble was impossible unless there was something outside of their control. And there were very few things outside of their control. I ran through the reboot protocols again for the communication systems, not expecting anything to work, but wanted something to help pass the time. Another hour passed, and still no communication from the team and no sign of anything along the horizon. I did everything I could to focus on the problem with the comms instead of trying to speculate why they were so late. There was very little I could do until I either made contact with them or they came back to the lander. Eventually, I came to the conclusion that the only way the signal to the lander could be down was if there was physical damage to the antenna. Because not only was I unable to receive messages from the crew, I also couldn't make contact with NASA or the ISS. In order to fix that, I would have to climb to the top of the lander and investigate it for myself. I donned my suit, feeling only a twinge of excitement as I did so, because while I was about to fulfill a lifelong dream, it was not remotely lost on me how utterly desperate my situation was fast becoming. When I stepped outside the lander, I was, for a moment, 12 years old again, lying on the grass in my backyard, listening to the crickets chirp and staring up at the big white rock in the sky. promising myself that I would touch that rock one day. It was a perfect moment, one of the very few each of us are allotted in a lifetime. And just as quickly as it came, it was over, and I was climbing up the ladder to inspect the antenna at the top of the lander. Had I been further away, I would have been able to easily see that the antenna was broken, but because I hadn't stepped far enough away from the lander, I didn't make that discovery until I was nearly at the top. The antenna and dish were misshapen and bent, and, upon closer inspection, I saw a series of small cracks and scratches around some of the narrower parts. Had I not known better, I would have guessed it had somehow been damaged during landing. However, that was impossible because the antenna hadn't fully deployed until after we were safely on the moon's surface. I did what I could, which was admittedly little considering the state of disrepair the antenna was in, and returned to the lander. I was able to get a few garbled sound bites, which was better than what I had been getting, but nothing that I could count as distinguishable communication. I was just about to take my suit off when I heard it. Coming through the radio in my helmet was the faint, staticky voice of Commander Shaw. I felt stupid for not thinking about it, but didn't chide myself too badly because given the distance the crew was from the lander, it likely wouldn't have worked until now anyway. But the suits were all outfitted with their own radio networks so they could communicate with one another without having to bounce signals off of the lander. I nearly screamed in delight and relief when I heard her voice. Inside. Repeat? Amelia, I can hear you, but the signal is bad. Where are you? Inside. Bellamy? Amelia, what's your location? I'll come get you. No, I'm coming. Inside? Stay inside. Her voice was coming over more clearly now. I'm inside the lander, I said. Good. Do not enter the... I can almost read you. Try again. Do not let anyone enter the lander. I frowned. I heard what she said, but that didn't make sense. Do not let anyone in the lander. Why? I looked outside the window then, and far off in the distance I could make out a shape. Presumably Amelia, hurrying toward the lander. Her voice was clearly out of breath when she spoke again. You cannot let anyone inside. The team is contaminated. Unless we can purge the contaminant, nobody can enter the lander. I looked at the clock and did some quick math. Amelia, where are the others? There's no way any of you have much oxygen left. 10 minutes? Maybe 15 or 20 max? I can come out and bring you— No, do not come out here. The others are coming, but I think they've all been exposed. Exposed to what? Something got into Noah's suit, the commander said, breathing heavily now. I saw it in his face mask back in the valley. Something got into his mask? Struggling to believe what she was telling me. Are you talking about an extraterrestrial life form? I don't know. By this point, she had stopped a few yards away from the lander and took a moment to catch her breath. Maybe. Probably. That's the only explanation I can think of. I saw it moving around in Noah's mask, then I thought I felt something in my suit too. I tried to get it off. I could feel these little pins and needles moving around my body, like the tiny needlepoint legs of an insect. I panicked and stumbled into a crater, smashed myself up pretty good and blacked out for a second, I think. When I came to, I noticed a small tear in my suit. I patched it up with tape, but I can't be sure if the tear was there before or after I fell into the crater. I think that's how whatever it is got in, but... The commander was cut off by other voices then. Choppy and indiscernible at first, but soon I could confirm them to be the other 3 members of the crew. Thank God, I said into the mic. I'm picking up your signals now. Diana, Drew, Noah, I read you. Bellamy, listen, the commander said desperately. But Diana's voice cut her off. We lost communication, then the commander fell down into a crater. We think she may be concussed because when she came around, she was experiencing disorientation and paranoia. I looked down at the camera that was positioned toward the front of the lander where Commander Shaw was now sitting. She stared up at the camera and shook her head slowly. We need to get her inside so we can take a look at her. Noah said. "Open the airlock and we'll get her taken care of." "She said you'd been contaminated." Feeling my pulse quicken with every passing moment. This was not the time to mince words because if I didn't let them in soon, my colleagues would suffocate. "How are you contaminated?" "She's concussed," Drew said. "There's nothing but rocks and dust up here. There's nothing here to contaminate us." "She said she saw something in Noah's suit," I pressed. "Bellamy," the commander said, gasping now with every word she spoke. "Listen to me." I stared at the monitor, feeling the weight of the decision before me pressing down into my chest. At the rate Amelia was gasping for air, she had minutes left at best. She had probably used more oxygen to rush to the lander before the others, but even still I doubted they were far behind her. "Where's the rover?" I asked, voicing one of several questions that were rapidly firing into my brain. "Why didn't you drive it here?" Noah and Amelia answered at the same time. Noah's explanation had been that the rover lost power. Amelia's had been a single word: escape. The others had reached the lander now and were banging on the side of the airlock. "Bellamy, open the door," they yelled desperately. "I need to understand the contaminant," I pressed. "Noah, what was in your suit?" "Nothing was in my suit," Andrew fired back angrily. "She's sick, and if you don't let us in, she's going to die." Amelia was on her side, and I could hear a rattle in her throat with every labored breath and word she spoke. "This is Amelia Shaw. Final transmission." Over the commander's final words, the crew continued banging on the side of the lander, screaming at me to let them in so they could save her. "God damn it, Bellamy! Open this door!" My stomach twisted in knots with the decision I was faced with. To save the lives of my fellow crewmates and risk contamination of myself and possibly of Earth, or to keep them locked out and let them die of asphyxiation. Kill them all and save my own life, or save them all now and condemn myself along with them. I nearly did it. I nearly opened the airlock to let them in. I nearly saved Amelia's life and, in doing so, killed us all. What stopped me was a realization I hadn't come to until I'd given myself a moment to think. The airlock could be opened from the outside. Of course it could. I'd done it myself just a short time ago. So why weren't they opening it for themselves? And why was Amelia the only one gasping for breath? My decision was made. The airlock would remain closed, and I would condemn my friends to death. The minutes fell away like the tears on my cheeks as I mourned the loss of my dear friend and commander, while the sounds of fists beat against the side of the lander. This carried on for an hour or so, maybe longer, and still none of them gasped for breath even once. I was able to get a signal out, at least enough to share my story along with a repeating SOS signal, but the reception still didn't seem to work. So there's no way of knowing if this transmission even made it back to Earth. I went on about cycling through the reboot protocols again, something I hadn't done since I'd repaired the antenna. I hadn't expected any other results though. It was simply something to do to keep my mind occupied away from the incessant sound of the banging at the door, so I was surprised when I picked up a series of grainy images of the video feed from the rover. The images weren't great, given the poor signal, but I was able to make out all the detail I needed. The bodies of Diana Figueroa, Andrew Ratcliffe, and Noah Thornton. Diana was draped over the front seat of the rover. Andrew was leaning against a rock about 10 yards away, the glass of his helmet smashed, and Noah was lying face down in the dust, half of his body hanging over the edge of a crater. In the distance, I could just barely make out another trio of what looked like bodies that bore a striking resemblance to the spacesuits worn by the last men that had walked across the same ground just over 50 years ago. Men that I had read about, seen videos of, idolized. Perhaps one of whom had heeded the calls of his other crewmates and opened the door. Her eyes were wide,
and her mouth hung slightly open. But other than that, her face told nothing of her emotions. I've lived with my girlfriend for 8 months. We've been together for 18 months. We moved in together when she lost a lease on her apartment, and my parents hinted that they'd like to turn my bedroom into an art room. I didn't mind moving out, and the timing just felt right. My girlfriend, I'll call her Linda, is a wonderful person. Very warm and affectionate, very calm and chilled out. We split the chores and the bills equally, and don't have any issues with intimacy or communication. But the only thing that has been a problem, for me at least, is how calm and controlled she is. I know that doesn't sound like a bad thing, and really it isn't, I guess, but she never seems to get excited about anything. She enjoys things quietly, dislikes things with the same amount of energy. She never reacts to anything without complete self-control. I started to wonder if she had the capacity for strong emotions, if there was some buried trauma causing her to stifle her reactions. Because our communication has always been so good, I had no problems asking her about it. She told me that honestly, she's not that bothered by anything and doesn't see any reason to act out unnecessarily. It still bothered me though. She could watch a horror movie and not even flinch at jump scares. She'll watch a comedy and just chuckle at the funniest bits. When we planned a trip to Disney World, something she said she's always wanted to do, she seemed quietly pleased and barely excited at all. I know it shouldn't matter, but recently I've been thinking about proposing to her, and part of me dreads her reaction if she says yes, which I'm fairly confident she will do as we've discussed marriage often and she seems to be agreeable. I've been watching TikToks of women getting surprise proposals, and the way they react fills me with longing. They scream with joy. They cry. They violently hug their partner. They express their happiness so obviously, and I'd love to get that kind of response. But I feel like Linda will just smile and say yes and accept the ring. And whilst that will be great, there's part of me that wants more. So I've been doing stupid things. I know they're stupid and I know you will judge me, but most things are harmless. I started when it was her birthday. Set up a space in our home laden with gifts and balloons and flowers for her. And when she walked in and saw it, I fired off one of those things that shoots confetti and streamers everywhere. I did it fairly close to her, but she didn't flinch. She was pleased with the effort I'd made, especially as I was also cooking a romantic meal for her. She hovered around the kitchen chatting with me as I cooked, and when her back was turned, I dropped the metal lid from one of our pans right behind her. We have a slate floor, and the lid made a huge noise that made me cringe, even though I had expected it. But she just turned around to see what the noise was. She had her eyebrows raised, but that was the only expression of surprise she showed. I felt stupid and mean for the cheap trick, but somehow my failure made me determined to do more. I know I shouldn't have. It was childish and petty, not to mention unkind, but she just never budged. It started to piss me off, if I'm being honest. I was just lucky she was a patient woman, and didn't seem to have any inkling that I was doing these things on purpose. Although she did suggest it might be a good idea to make a doctor appointment, as I was quite clumsy recently. My efforts ended one night after I'd had a few too many beers, and I went too far. Linda had been working late, and I'd been moping around waiting for her to come home when I found a mask I'd worn for Halloween, and it gave me an idea. We had a large pantry in our apartment with a door that was clear glass on the top half, and drunk me decided it would be a really funny idea to hide in the pantry wearing the mask and jump up when she came into the kitchen. I know. Ridiculous. Even worse, I decided to hide my camera on the shelf in the pantry to film her reaction, with a vague idea of uploading it to TikTok if it went well. As stoic as she was, she would surely react to a monster jumping at her from behind the pantry door. Wouldn't she? I set everything up and waited, turning the kitchen light off. She came home not long after I'd shut myself in the pantry, and I heard her calling to me as she walked around the apartment. I had a chance then to call it off. I should have done that. I heard her come into the kitchen, saw the light turn on, then heard her wandering around collecting stuff from the drying rack to put it away. When her footsteps got close enough, I jumped up, snarling and slapping my hands against the glass. Childish as my prank was, I didn't consider how she might actually react. Part of me hoped she'd at least scream, and part of me thought she'd just step back away from the door in her usual, collected way. What she did was a natural reaction for anyone, I think. She threw the object in her hand at the glass of the door towards the intruder that had sprung up to threaten her. The object was a large, cast iron pan. I knew it was heavy, as I'd have to heave it up into the drying rack when I'd washed it earlier, so it broke through the glass with ease. The round, blackened surface of the bottom of the pan approaching my head was the last thing I remember before waking up in the hospital. I suffered a concussion that thankfully didn't cause any serious damage, but along with that I had sustained a broken jaw, a broken nose, a shattered cheekbone, and a fracture in the bone around my eye socket. I also had some lacerations from the broken glass, some of which required stitches but weren't life-threatening. Still, I had been lucky. Linda was full of apologies when I woke up, but how could I blame her? She was deeply distraught, in her own way, about what she'd done. But as soon as they gave me a pad and pen to write messages, I told her I forgave her, and asked if she could forgive me for the stupid prank I had played. She stayed by my bedside as much as she could during my recovery, keeping me entertained and bringing me home cooked meals. And there wasn't a day I didn't despise myself for the idiotic stunt I'd pulled, and not a day I wasn't grateful for this wonderful woman. It really put things in perspective. She may not be a hugely demonstrative woman. She may not react in a normal fashion to many things, but she cared for me, and we could build an amazing life together. Once I was home, she set about taking care of me even more. She wouldn't let me lift a finger to do anything, even though I tried to fulfill my share of the chores, and rarely left me alone in case I needed something. She wasn't around all the time, however, and when she finally left to go to the grocery store, I had the chance to go into the pantry and retrieve the camera I'd hidden. I'd been anxious about her finding it. I'd hidden it well, but it would only have taken the shifting of a few items for it to have been discovered. She had forgiven me for my prank, but if she found I'd filmed it too, she would have been mortified and rightly upset. I had planned on simply deleting the footage I'd recorded. It was a painful memory of a moronic deed, but once I had the camera in my hands, I couldn't help but give in to the desire to watch the moment I'd been knocked out. A morbid fascination, maybe. The camera had filmed until the battery had run flat, and after I put it in the charger, I located the footage of me hiding it and crouching down in the dark. I watched through the camera's unwavering eye as the kitchen light came on, illuminating a bright square above my head. I saw the clear outline of Linda through the glass as if she were on TV, moving around the kitchen, picking up the pan, and making her way to the cabinet beside the pantry. And then I saw myself jump up. My darker silhouette blocked out most of the view of the kitchen, but I could see over my shoulder as Linda's arm raised, launching the pan at my head. She didn't make a sound, no shriek or gasp, and as I fell to the floor, she walked up to the shattered window and looked in at me, framed by the jagged shards. Her eyes were wide, and her mouth hung slightly open, but other than that, her face told nothing of her emotions. She opened the pantry door and looked down at me for a long time. Her head was down, so I couldn't see her face. I counted the seconds on the camera as they ticked past, and she stared down at my prone body for nearly a full minute. Then she bent down, and when she stood upright again, she held the cast iron pan in her hands. After another 20 seconds of her scrutiny, she turned the pan around so that her right hand held the handle, and raised her arm to waist height. Then she waited. After another 15 seconds, I heard a noise. My voice, raised in a feeble moan. Only then did she move again. She only hit me once, but she put her whole arm into it, swinging from the shoulder, lifting the pan high, then bringing it down. I heard the whistle of the pan traveling through the air, then the solid thud of it hitting my face. I thought I could even hear the crunch of my bones breaking, but my mind might have filled that detail in. She didn't stop to look at the damage she'd done, but simply went back into the kitchen. I heard water running as she presumably rinsed the blood from the bottom of the pan, then the clunk of it being returned to the dish rack. After another 30 seconds or so, I heard her voice from another room, faint but clear, asking for an ambulance. She's been at the grocery store for an hour, and is probably due back very soon. I'm not sure what to do.
I still remember the blizzard in Willow Creek Trailer Park. I was one of the residents who had grown accustomed to the harsh winters of this remote mountain town. But that year, the blizzard was unlike any storm we had ever experienced. It was colder, fiercer, and it brought something with it. Something evil. The blizzard was unrelenting, with no signs of stopping. The wind and snow were so fierce that it was impossible to see more than 50 meters. Probably less. Even the strongest of the residents were struggling to cope with the extreme cold. The temperature had plummeted to dangerous levels, and our trailers were not built to handle such extreme weather. We rugged up as much as we could and hoped it would be over soon. But after 5 days, the blizzard hadn't died down. If anything, things seemed worse. It soon became apparent that we were ill prepared for such a prolonged storm. Our food and water supplies were running low, and we were forced to ration what little we had left. Some of those in the neighboring trailers had already run out of food a day or two ago, and I, along with some of the other residents, had shared some of the little we had. To make matters worse, the blizzard had knocked out power and communication lines, and we were completely cut off from the outside world. The trailer park generators were old, but well maintained. They should be able to get us through this, I thought to myself, as I and some others worked on firing them up. It was a frightening feeling, though, knowing that we were alone and isolated. The park's next neighbor was only 2 kilometers away, but in this blizzard. A few of us had decided to meet in Tony's trailer, which was one of the larger ones, to discuss what we should do if the blizzard continued at this rate. I think we're gonna have to try to make it to town. Ain't no one is coming to us, Tony said, not even trying to hide his anger at the authorities for seemingly abandoning us. Don't be stupid. You won't even make it to the park's front gate in this, Margaret, Tony's neighbor had replied. Tony took a sip of his hot tea, thinking up a reply while the wind and snow battered the side of his trailer. She's right, Tones. Hell, I live 20 meters from your trailer and I almost got turned around out there. Snow's too deep to drive, and you can't even see the tip of your nose in that, Mike added. Tony grunted, more in annoyance than agreement, but didn't say any more. We spent the next few hours together, drinking hot tea and coffee and playing board games. We agreed that we would help each other out and the others in the trailer park as much as we could. No one wanted to talk about what would happen if this blizzard didn't die down soon, but I'm sure we were all thinking about it. I think I'm gonna call it a night. Thanks for the tea, I said, as I started buttoning up the top buttons on my jacket. Yeah, us too, Margaret said, standing up in unison with her husband John. With that, Mike, Sue, and Phil also stood to leave, nodding and thanking Tony for having them over. Then Tony's generator cut out. Sue emitted a small shriek of fear as the trailer was suddenly engulfed in thick darkness. Just as I reached the door, the power went out, and I could see through the small window the lights in the neighboring trailers flickering out one by one in the midst of the blizzard, like blown-out candles. The outside was now nearly pitch black, and the inside somehow even darker. After a minute or so, a faint glow illuminated the interior of Tony's trailer home, as a few of the guests pulled out their mobile phones and switched on their flashlight. The light created flickering shadows around the room and failed to fully penetrate the corners, but it was still a relief nonetheless. Mike, who was next closest to the door, started to move towards the door and reach for the handle. "No, don't," I said quickly, grabbing his arm and pulling it away. "Hey, what the?" he started to say, but stopped himself as he watched me lock the door and put my finger to my lips. "Something's not right," I whispered. "All the generators can't just cut out like that. We need to be quiet and listen." We all stood there in silence, listening to the howling wind outside and the creaking of the trailer. It was then that we heard a faint tapping on the window. We all turned to look, but it was too dark to see anything outside. "Is anyone out there?" Margaret called out, her voice trembling. There was no response. Only the tapping grew louder and more insistent. It was then that we saw the shadows outside the window, moving and shifting in the blizzard. It was clear that someone or something was out there, trying to get in. That's when Margaret repeated, "Is anyone out there?" Only, her voice came from outside the trailer. I spun my head to look at Margaret, and in the dimly lit room, I saw the blood drain out of her face, eyes wide in terror. Someone, something, had mimicked her voice perfectly. We stood, frozen in place, not making a sound. "Is anyone out there?" Margaret's voice again, from outside the trailer. Margaret made a whimpering sound and collapsed into John's arms as her legs turned to jelly.
Is there anyone out there?
This time, the voice had dropped pitch. It was still her voice, but sounded more menacing.
Is there anyone out there?
We all jumped in fright as something slammed against the door. This time, the door buckled a little, now more knocking and tapping, all around us, every window, every wall. A third loud hit against the door. Tony whispered urgently, "We need to barricade the door. Quick. Find anything you can to block it." We sprang into action, grabbing whatever we could find, chairs, tables, even the board games we'd been playing earlier. We worked frantically, our hearts racing with fear as the banging on the door grew louder and more insistent. Finally, we had piled enough furniture against the door to make it difficult for anything to get through. Tony quickly gestured for us to move to the back of the trailer, away from the door. We stumbled over each other in the darkness, trying to get to the back of the trailer as quietly as possible. The tapping and banging on the door, windows, and walls continued, growing more frantic by the second. We could hear other sounds now too, low, guttural growls and snarls that seemed to be coming from multiple sources. We huddled in the darkness, listening to the sounds outside, afraid to move or make a sound. Then suddenly, it stopped. It was peaceful outside, except for the sound of the blizzard. As we listened, we could hear the distant sound of other voices, those of our neighbors. We cautiously approached the windows and peered outside. Despite the rapidly falling snow, we could observe shadowy figures near the adjacent trailers, contorting in unnatural ways. With their jerky movements and hunched postures, they beckoned to our neighbors. "No, don't open the doors," I heard myself whisper, as I watched in horror as they did exactly that. Through the darkness and the snow, we watched in horror as the figures ripped the doors open and dived into the trailers, amidst screams of terror. "No," I heard Margaret whimper, as we were left to sit helplessly and listen to the deafening screams of men, women, and children echoing out around the trailer park. This was the longest night of my life. I can't say for certain when the final scream was heard. Maybe around 3 or 4 in the morning. Overcome with terror, sadness, and exhaustion, we dozed in and out of sleep. One by one, we woke up to an unusual stillness that had been absent for a week. The blizzard had finally subsided, and the sun was peering through the last of the clouds. We took our time, but eventually made our way to the windows. Looking outside, we saw the park and all the trailers blanketed in layers of snow. And our neighbors, standing in the snow, staring at our trailer, their faces contorted into a sinister, unnerving grin that betrayed a hunger rather than happiness. We fled the trailer park, certain they would chase us down, they who had replaced our neighbors. But they didn't. They just watched us flee, standing in the snow, with the terrifying grin still plastered on their faces. We never returned to the trailer park. We abandoned the little we owned and now all have a share unit 2 towns over. It's still too close for me. The local news never reported on the events of that week, at least not what happened to the residents of the trailer park. But the Weather Channel warns that another blizzard, possibly more severe than the last one, is on its way. We have stocked up on enough supplies to last us a month, even longer if needed. If you find yourself in the area when the storm hits, I urge you to do the same. And don't open your doors for anyone, especially not you. Please, don't read this post in public. Don't read it on a computer or an iPad, or any large screen for that matter. Even if you live alone, don't sit with your back facing a larger room. If someone or something was particularly good at hiding, slender, quiet and quick, they could easily be in the same room as you, peering in through the window or tucked behind the furniture. Ideally, read it on your phone, lying on your back, with the screen no less than 6 inches from your face. Please keep the lights on. It makes it harder for them to get close to you. Think about whether you heard something out of the ordinary in the last few hours, such as a creak in the floorboards, the knock of something bumping into furniture, or a door inexplicably opening or shutting. If you have, please close this and stop reading. There's a good chance something is watching you. I live in Auckland, New Zealand. Me and my girlfriend live in uni accommodation in the city. I lost contact with my high school friends, so practically my entire friend group lives in the same building. The uni dorms are very large, very full, and unsurprisingly, very loud. It's common to see and hear drunk students and party guests throughout the halls at night. You begin to tune it out over time and stop paying attention. Perhaps that's why they were less careful around us. Anyway, orientation week was coming up and my mates and I thought it would be a good night to go out clubbing. I don't know if it's the same everywhere else, but all the nightclubs here treat orientation like it's Christmas. Toga parties, angel and devil nights, the whole lot. The rest of my group chat hardly ever even replies to messages like this, but I can always count on Ethan and Andre to come out to town. So last Wednesday, we headed to Sapphire. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of Sapphire. It's always too crowded, and there's no seating whatsoever, but Andre was set on going to this gig tonight, so me and Ethan kinda just followed. We got into the club with no problem as we only had a few pre-drinks. I thought I saw someone cut in front of us as the bouncer was checking our IDs, but they couldn't have. There was another bouncer on the other side who didn't seem to see anything, so I didn't really react to it. Andre went off to mosh while me and Ethan went to order drinks. Ethan orders a beer, I order a Jägerbomb. Just as the bartender hands me my drink, I hear Ethan's voice next to me. Is that dude staring at us? I paid no attention to Ethan. I didn't even look around, as I was too busy paying the bartender. I didn't really even take in his words because I was too busy wondering how a shot of Jaeger and Red Bull could combine to cost $12. But before I could reply, a full bottle of beer shattered around my feet. Ethan's beer. I flicked around to see what happened. Ethan wasn't stupid, and he wasn't drunk. Had someone knocked it out of his hand? But Ethan was gone. At first, I assumed he had just headed into the mosh pit to hang out with Andre. But then the bartender spoke up. "Did you see that?" She laughed, before looking around confused. "See what?" I replied, a bit bewildered by the whole situation. She replied, "I swear I just saw someone run into your mate." I looked behind me, looked to the ground. No Ethan to be seen. Looking at the floor, I think I remember a pair of legs sprinting past me, but I was focused on looking for Ethan, so I didn't really register them or react to them. Confused, I looked up at the bartender. She was gone as well. Where had she gone? There was another customer behind me in the line, and she was the only one behind me in the till, so she wouldn't just leave her post like that. I was beginning to get freaked out. I pushed my way to the mosh pit to Andre. Maybe Ethan was with him. Andre was in his own world, dancing in the mosh pit. He was focused on the DJ, focused on the girls, focused on dancing along with everyone else. As far as I can tell, no one but me even saw what was standing behind him. I can't tell you what I saw for reasons I'll explain later, but trust me when I say this thing was not human. Although, yet, human enough. that it could almost blend into a crowd like this. Almost. I was about to call out, to scream or point, to call security to signal to Andre to run. Thank God I didn't, because as soon as that creature turned around to face me, everything clicked. Ethan tried to point something out to me, and then he vanished. The bartender called out his attacker, and she vanished too. Yet Andre and everyone around him were minding their own business, and they were fine. As it turned around to face me, its hideous features burned into the back of my eyelid. I calmly brought out my phone and began texting my girlfriend. "I'm coming home. Do not text me. Keep the doors locked until I arrive. I'll explain everything when I get there." I turned around as calmly as I could and walked away. I walked up the stairs and turned up the road. I heard a side door open. I did not react. I heard footsteps scuttling behind me. I did not turn around. Then, Andre's voice. "Yo, Cody, where are you going?" I prayed to whoever was listening that the creature was well hidden again, that Andre would not see it tailing me. I almost broke down. I wanted to scream at him to leave, but I just couldn't. So I continued walking. Then he said it. "Who's that with you?" As far as I could tell, those were his last words. I walked to the halls. I wanted to cry, but this thing was still sussing me out. I wanted to break down in tears, but I knew what would happen if I registered this thing's existence. I started to wonder if leading this thing home was even the smart thing to do, but I didn't care anymore. I just wanted to curl up in bed and stay under the covers until whatever this thing was decided I was deaf or blind or stupid enough to leave alone. I unlocked the gate. It clambered over the wall. I got in the elevator. It got in with me. The whole ride, it was towering over me, staring at me, wondering how I hadn't noticed it yet. I walked to my apartment and knocked on the door. My girlfriend called out to me. The second she yelled out, the creature vanished. Sprinting away at an unnatural speed down the hallway and ducking behind what I think was a bin. I don't know. I wasn't looking. I called out to my girlfriend, who impishly opened the door, clearly terrified by my text. The thing was very well hidden, yet the hallway had very little cover. Whatever this thing was, it could conceal itself very well. Not that it mattered, because as my girlfriend opened the door, I saw it. The creature's face pressed up against the window behind her, watching me. But it was different. The features were slightly screwed, slightly changed. The daunting realization hit me that no doors had opened in the hallway, and we were 6 stories up. This was not the same creature. As my girlfriend turned around, the face at the window ducked out of sight. She turned back to me. It rose back up. The face could switch from pressing its face against the window to vanishing beneath it with such seamless efficiency, I had to remind myself I couldn't allow myself to be mesmerized by its movements. My girlfriend was being watched, but she would never have any idea. Had it been here all night? All week? How long had this thing been here, pressing its monstrous face against the window, and yet somehow staying out of sight? I quietly explained to her what had happened. Started by explaining that she couldn't react to what I said no matter what. Then explaining the creature's details, what it looked like. Maybe it was stupid, but I had never been more stressed and confused in my life, and I just wanted someone to talk to. She calmly gulped. A tear rolled down her face. She wandered over to the cupboard and started sifting through papers. I wondered if she even believed me, or whether she was just taking my act natural advice very seriously. But then she pulled out the drawing. A child's drawing. Her childhood drawing. A young girl surrounded by at least half a dozen tall, inhuman figures. I didn't get a good look. 1 second she was there in the hallway, the next I couldn't even recognize her corpse. A third creature stood in her place, her lifeless body broken and bloodied on the carpet. Her arms and legs were mangled and twisted like broken twigs. Her face, unidentifiable. If you were hoping to get a proper description of these things, I'm sorry. Now you know why that isn't going to happen. I would rather die than allow someone to recreate that drawing. God forbid someone ever posts a sketch of this thing on the internet. Terror doesn't even begin to describe what I was feeling. Face to face finally with this thing. But it got worse when I heard the window shatter and the door break down. All three creatures standing in my dining room, staring down at me as I sat, staring at my girlfriend's mutilated corpse. The creatures stood and waited. And waited. And waited. Until finally I stood up, walked over to the fridge, took out a beer, and sat right back down in my chair and drank it calmly. I don't know what kind of primal willpower I had in that moment, what kind of drive or mental strength I had during the worst minutes of my life, but after I did, the creatures left. In the blink of an eye, the body had been removed and the blood was cleaned up. A few days later, I was called into the station to help clear the air about my missing friends. I told them very little. Ethan, Andre, and my girlfriend have all gone down among an ever-growing list of missing people. I wonder how many others are missing for the same reason. How many innocent people are in jail, blamed for those monsters' crimes? I needed to make this post. I need to let people know. They no longer hide from me. They're everywhere. You couldn't possibly comprehend how many you walk past every day. How many are watching you as you drive to work. You have no idea how many dark corners they lurk in, and how many windows they stand outside. You haven't seen how many roofs they cling to, the crowds they stand among. If you share this to your loved ones, make sure they read it lying down. Remind them to read it on a phone and tell them to hold the phone no less than 6 inches away from their face. Because more often than not, you are not alone. My name is Mark, and this is the first entry of my journal. I'm a patient at St. Mary's Mental Hospital. I want to start by explaining why I'm here and what led me to insanity. It's still hard to talk about, but here we go. 3 years ago, I broke up with Joanne. Joanne was a nice person, but I lost attraction for her. Not that she was ugly or anything, I had been with her for some years. We were high school sweethearts, and she kinda grew out of her cute phase. I'm aware I'm a jerk for saying this. Even worse, I said it to her, which was a huge mistake. Joanne didn't have much self-esteem, and breaking up with her because of her appearance completely destroyed her. In the following weeks, she went through all the 5 stages of grief. First came denial. She kept texting me and calling me. "Hey baby, is everything okay? You didn't mean it when you broke up, did you?" Then came anger. She called me unholy names. Keyed my car. I was aware of how much of an ass I'd been, so I let it go. Cue bargaining. She'd call me saying she would lose weight, wear makeup, have surgery. None of that mattered, and by this time I was growing tired of her behavior. It was also around this time when I met Chloe. After this, I stopped hearing about Joanne. I assumed by then that the depression had set in, followed by acceptance. So Chloe, she was a beautiful woman. I met her at work, good old water cooler talk and whatnot. She had beautiful blue eyes, blonde hair, soft as silk, and her face looked like that of a doll. It didn't take long before I asked her on a date. We started hanging out and we were a couple before long. Over the next few weeks, she started staying over and I ended up giving her the key. A few months passed and everything was great. Until that day. I had been calling Chloe all day, but she hadn't picked up once. She wasn't at work either, and nobody had seen her since the day before. I had decided I would go home after work, take a shower, change clothes, and head over to her house to check on her. When I got home, I immediately noticed something was wrong. My door was cracked open.
I was sure I had locked it before leaving. When I got inside, there was something on the floor. I turned on the lights and I saw her. Chloe. She was laying face down on the floor on a puddle of blood. As I was reaching down to hold her, I heard a sound coming from the bedroom. I realized we weren't alone. Heading for the bedroom, I grabbed the baseball bat that I had in the hallway. The bedroom door was slightly open. I pushed it slowly, looking into the room as I entered. I couldn't see anyone. I went in, planning on checking the closet and the windows, when I heard the door closing and locking behind me. As I turned, I can't ever forget what I saw. I let out a scream and threw up when I saw her. Behind me was Joanne, covered in blood. But that's not what caused my reaction. Over her face, crudely sewn, was Chloe's face. Am I beautiful now?
Sonder. A word used to describe the profound feeling of realizing every stranger around you has a life as complex and important as your own. It's also the name of the town I grew up in. Sonder lies on the eastern coast of the UK, on the north side of England. If you reach Scotland, you've gone too far. But if you're in Scarborough, you've not gone far enough. It sits somewhere between there, though I don't think anyone could be more specific. You see, you can't find it on any map. Printed or digital, new or old, color-coded or satellite imagery, there is no sign of this town existing at all. If you pay enough attention online, you'll find the odd few people mentioning the place, like this that you're reading right now. Like a whisper passing by in a busy place. You only know it's there if you're looking for it. Yet to a vast majority of the world, Sonder is just a word. I was born there, and raised within its confines. I moved away at 15, about 10 years ago. It was a peaceful seaside village, the type where everyone knows each other. The type where when someone hosts a get-together, all residents are invited. It was a close-knit community. I still remember it with mostly fond memories. The waves lapping onto the sand all through the night, the cobbled streets scorching your bare feet as you walked back from the beach on a summer's day, the dark woods that overlooked the town from High Hill. High Hill is what we called the hill that stood next to Sonder. It blocked any chance of a view to other towns or cities. We resided in a valley at the edge of the sea, and whilst we liked it there, it felt very secluded. The town had a few small businesses. My favorite was Uncle Pete's Pizza. Everyone called him Uncle Pete, although he wasn't actually anybody's uncle. But his pizza place was perfectly between our home and my mom's pub. Every Friday, she would pick up a pizza on the way home. Absolutely no exceptions. Me and my older brother Jacob were always excited for this. Much of the town had been there for generations, the population naturally getting smaller as more and more of it became family. But a few people would move there every now and then. All of them found the town in the same way, a leaflet coming through the letterbox while searching for somewhere to move to. Every single time, the same story. They were driven here by a house moving service. I guess with no directions or map, it would be difficult to make your own way here. They were lovely, they really helped us, they would always say. Nobody ever really seemed to question it much. I mean, it's not like we were trapped. We could leave whenever we wanted. Make no mistake, Sonder was no prison. It didn't even feel like one. It's just difficult to find, and leaving just felt icky, like you shouldn't do it. As the internet became mainstream, it became more and more obvious to people that the town was so hard to find. Suddenly people had friends from outside of Sonder, but they could never visit because they could never seem to find their way in. GPS signal was weak, and opening any app on your phone that tracked your location wouldn't pinpoint you. One truly odd thing about Sonder was the appliances. All of them had the same logo on somewhere, the letter V in a circle. Since leaving, I've tried to research this company, but to no avail. The moving company that people arrived in also had this logo on their vans. The town had its issues, none more known than the scream singers. At night, if you listened hard enough, you could hear them. A chilling, soft sound. It was almost like a distant scream, yet more melodic. Something enchanting, yet fills you with dread. Nobody ever saw them. Someone in the town would go missing every now and then, maybe once or twice a year. Some lived alone and hadn't been seen in a few days before anyone realized. Some were cuddled up to their partner in bed, only for their partner to wake up with them no longer in their arms. The only thing they had in common is that there was never any sign of entry or struggle. My entire life I've known the echoes over the valley to mean trouble, but my mother used to tell me stories of when the townsfolk thought they meant hope. A simpler time. It's difficult to pinpoint exactly when people made the connection between the disappearances and the whistles in the night, but they would always start a few weeks before a disappearance, and stop the night after someone had gone missing. This had always intrigued me, but not as much as it did my brother. Jacob found it fascinating, perhaps because he had never had someone close to him taken and didn't understand the pain. To him, it was just a mystery, wrapped in questions. Some believed the scream singers to be the ones taking these people. Some believed their calls to be a warning that something darker is coming. Whatever people believed their intentions to be, everyone knew that their somber singing over Sonder was only bad news. My fond memories of the town become clouded when the trauma of my final days there enters my mind again. Years of therapy have helped me cope, but I feel talking about it publicly is the final thing that may bring me peace. As far as I know, I am the only person to have seen a scream singer, or at least the only living person. It was the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the 21st of June. Sonder has always held a small festival on this day. It dated back almost a century at the time, being the 97th consecutive solstice celebration. The festival took place not during those long sunlight hours, but as the sun began to set and the longest day ceased at about 9:30 p.m. But the town of Sonder felt more melancholy than usual, especially for the festivities that were going on. The scream singers had started their wails again about 3 weeks prior, getting louder and louder each passing night. Sure enough, about an hour after the festival began, you could faintly hear the noises again, piercing through the sweeter melodies of the festival and the chatter of the crowds. People tried to ignore it and continue the celebrations, but every time the wind blew in just a particular way to make the noises more prominent, you could see the look on everyone's faces. The unspoken, silent fear washing through the crowds like a wave. My mum's pub, really our family pub, was right at the festival. As such, the doors were wide open and people kept coming in and out. It was always one of the busiest nights of the year. Me and Jacob were sat drinking red wine. He was 17 and had a proper glass, but I still had half lemonade in mine. It was the only night of the year I was allowed to drink alcohol. The festival was still going strong when Jacob had the idea to go a little out of town and get a better listen to the scream singers. I was hesitant, but I was always up for an adventure, so half reluctantly, I agreed. We got a few streets away before the howling became louder than the music. We were stood in the perfect mix of unknown to one side and enjoyment to the other. We should not have kept going. But we did. We reached the final building before the cobbled streets turned to grass and mud, and didn't stop there. Without saying a word to each other, it was like we knew what we wanted to do. We wanted to be the first people to have seen the scream singers, the first to understand them. We didn't know that only one of us would catch a glimpse. High Hill was steep, but not too steep. You didn't need your hands to climb it just took a lot of energy. Every now and then we looked back at Sonder. You would almost think it was a ghost town from how dark it looked, if not for the bright festival right in the center. The only clue of any life, all packed together. The sounds of cheering, singing, and music echoed up the hill. All the while, the sounds of ghostly wails echoed down. A battle between good and evil. Not seen, but only heard. As we reached the dark woods, we looked at each other. It felt like we hadn't spoken in ages, so I broke that. "We're really doing this," Jacob nodded. I knew he would, I just needed to say something. Hearing nothing but ghostly screeches was driving me insane. We wandered around in there for what seemed like forever. though it was closer to maybe 5 minutes. Every slight crunch made me flinch and turn around. There was never anything there but the haunting screams which were all around us. We reached a clearing, and the sounds of the scream singers seemed louder than ever. In the center of the clearing was a rock, about as tall as me and a little wider. Jacob held me, as he could clearly tell I was scared. It's alright, it's just sounds. There's nothing to be afraid of. Maybe we should head back." His words didn't comfort me. They only told me one thing. He couldn't see what I could see. Stood on the rock is something I will never get out of my mind. A tall, gray figure, about twice as tall as any human I'd ever seen. It had 2 arms, but only 1 hand. The hand it had looked what I can only describe as twisted. Its fingers weaved together in a way that didn't make sense, and certainly wasn't natural. The shape of it was overall humanoid, but the proportions were all wrong. It had no eyes, at least not at first. I was terrified looking at this thing, but the moment my heart truly dropped was when eyes appeared. They slowly came out of its skin. There was no evidence that this creature should even have eyes. There was no holes for them. But as its face opened in a mesmerizingly disturbing way, I saw 2 eyes slowly come forward. The face closed again, with the eyes looking right at us. There were only 2 eyes. I counted them. 1, 2. Its face opened up again, as it let out a horrific scream. I ran. I ran faster than I ever have before in my life, only occasionally looking behind me to make sure Jacob was running with me. He was, but he wasn't running from the scream singer. He was only running to catch up with me. He had no idea why I was so scared at that moment. We ran all the way down High Hill, nearly tripping over. Running down a steep hill is difficult at the best of times. As we got back onto the cobbled streets, I turned around and looked up at the woods. No sign of anything chasing us, but the screams were still so loud, even down here. By this point, Jacob had caught up and was right beside me. He kept asking while I was running, but I was too shocked to answer him yet. We ran another street and he reached out to hold me. I stopped running and let him hug me. He told me that whatever I saw, it was going to be okay, and that we were safe. I closed my eyes with tears streaming down my face. I opened my mouth and began to explain what I saw, getting words out between choking on my tears. It was this gray thing on the rock. You could see the rock, right? Well, on top. I realized the howling had stopped. I opened my eyes. Jacob wasn't there. I was standing in the middle of the street with my arms out, hugging nobody. I looked up to my right and could see the festival. I felt empty and confused. I walked through the crowd, tears still streaming down my face. I found my mother at the bar and she asked me where I had been and if I knew where Jacob was. I told her everything and she closed up for the night. We both knew that the scream singers had claimed their next victim. She wasn't angry at me for going to the woods. She held me tight, and neither of us spoke a word. We just wept and wept until we were too tired and empty to weep anymore. The next day was Friday. I got out of bed in the morning after absolutely no sleep. My mom was downstairs, packing boxes. She told me we were leaving that same day. Within an hour we were in her car, driving away from home. We passed Uncle Pete's Pizza. I realized this was the first Friday in my life that we weren't eating from there. As we drove further away from the sea, and I saw outside of that small town for the first time, I already knew that leaving our life behind would not fix anything. Sonder is still out there. I hope somebody can find it. No, mirrors are not a paranormal portal to a dark dimension. They're mirrors. They reflect light. The issue is when you think you're looking into a mirror that isn't really there. The mirrors in your home, probably fine. Dirty mirrors with smudges on, probably fine. Mirror on a wall where you know what's on the other side, definitely fine. But if you see a clean mirror in public, on a wall that you can't get behind, stay away from it. Do not look at it. Do not look at the thing pretending to be you. That is not you. I can't say for certain who is orchestrating this, nor do I know why businesses and public bathrooms are agreeing to it, but more and more establishments are building identical bathrooms next to existing ones. I know this because I'm one of the contractors who keeps being hired for this. I've built 3 bathrooms so far, each of which we were told to pay meticulous attention to detail and to build an exact mirror image of an existing bathroom. At first, it didn't seem too strange. The places probably just needed space for more toilets. Perhaps they were getting a lot of customers. The first job was for a generic public restroom in my local town center. The second job was in a restaurant a couple of miles away. The third was for the university of a neighboring city. The fact that each of these separate and very different locations had the exact same request was unsettling. But it was money. Why wouldn't we accept? A few days into the third contract, I was in my local town center, purchasing some supplies for the job. I needed to use the bathroom, so I made my way to the public ones. They're a little hidden through an alleyway, the type you definitely wouldn't use at night. When I got there, I noticed that the bathroom I had helped build was simply not there. They had filled the doorway back in with bricks and cement. It was as if it was never there. I figured they had realized that having 2 identical bathrooms was silly. They had probably got some people in the knockdown that shared the wall between them to turn it into one larger bathroom facility. But no. Once I was standing inside, it was the exact same size as before. The shared wall, the one with the mirror across, was still there. They had hardly even cleaned the place up. It was all as filthy as ever. All except for the mirror. The mirror was crystal clear. It didn't make any sense. This would indicate a terrible, terrible job had been done. However, we had been paid on time and didn't receive any complaints. As far as my team and I are aware, we did everything perfectly fine. I couldn't understand why they would hide it away, but it wasn't my job to understand. We got paid, and it's up to the client what they do with the work once we leave. We collect 50% of the payment up front and the other 50% when completed. Once we were done with the third contract, we had to chase up with the restaurant. They still hadn't paid us the second half and hadn't even been in contact to tell us why. I made my way down the same day we completed the university bathroom. The restaurant wasn't too busy, as it's not a very popular place. I had been surprised when they needed double the bathroom capacity. As I made my way up to the counter, I noticed that the new restroom we had built was not labeled as such. The door was still there. They had not hidden it like the public restroom, but a sign on it read "Supply Closet, Staff Only." Nobody was at the counter yet. No staff were in sight, just 2 customers weren't even paying me any attention, so I pushed the door gently open and it was not a supply closet. It was the bathroom we had built. I stepped in slowly. Something about the whole situation felt odd. This is the second place trying to hide our work. As I stepped into the center of the room and looked towards the mirror, I noticed no reflection. I stepped slowly towards the sinks and stood in front of them, staring. It was as if I was waiting to see myself, but I wasn't there. I reached out and my hand went right through. There was no mirror here at all. This was a cutout into the next room. For some reason, I felt I had to prove that to myself as I climbed through into the original bathroom and stood facing away from the mirror. My only explanation was, again, perhaps that they decided to knock down the shared wall to simply expand the room. I figured they must only be halfway finished. This explanation was short-lived as I turned back around and saw my reflection looking back at me. By this point, confused was an understatement. I wasn't scared either, I was unsettled. But more than anything, I just didn't understand what was going on. I reached out and sure enough, my hand met my reflection. At this point, I began to wonder whether the mirror was slide away for any reason, like a secret passage between the rooms. That was until I realized my hand hadn't felt the cold touch of a mirror surface, but the warm and soft feeling of another person's hand. My face dropped. My eyes glazed over with fear. I don't know how terrified I looked because my reflection had stopped copying me. He smiled. His hand clasped around mine as I tried to pull away. Our fingers were interlocked as he began to slowly climb through. I truly think I'd have been done for had it not been for the door swinging open at that point. "Oh hey, I thought I saw you come in. You're here because we didn't pay you the other half, right?" My reflection returned to normal, and I backed away from the mirror. My heart was beating out of my chest and I couldn't take my gaze off myself. "You like the mirror?" I was able to look at him as he continued to speak to me. "We didn't want the new bathroom. I can't really get into details about why we got it. We were forced to and threatened by a third party. They even gave us some money to pay you. Maybe it's some legal loophole for them to get a tax write-off somehow. I won't pretend to understand it." I was able to find words somewhere in my head. "So you have the money?" "Well, that's the thing. We were already in debt. Business hasn't been great. We've spent it all. But we'll get you the money, I promise." "It's okay, keep it." I walked out of there without turning back, despite being pretty sure I could hear the manager shouting me. I don't believe these things in the mirrors to be human. I don't know how. I don't know why. But someone is trying extremely hard to allow these things to mimic us without being noticed. Right there, in front of your eyes. Something pretending to be you, and you wouldn't even bat an eye. For whatever reason, it is important that they be allowed to copy people, and this is the best that they could come up with. So next time you find yourself in front of a spotlessly clean mirror, don't touch it.
They don't like to be noticed. My boyfriend Ralph and I often go into nature when we want to get away from everything. When we met, I was an avid hiker and he was a zipline instructor. It had been a couple of years since our daughter was born, and we finally decided to use my January birthday as an excuse to take a step back and visit nature during a time it wasn't likely to be busy. Neither of us minded winter hiking and relished the thought of being snowed in together. So we packed up and headed to Tigard Lake, West Virginia. We spent this small bit of time prior to check-in playing around the half-frozen lake and running to Walmart for snacks, cheap beer, and playing cards before the incoming snow prevented us from doing so. The snow had just begun to come down in big soft clumps as we made our way back to the lodge. I exchanged a glance with him, both of us beginning to grin like schoolchildren, knowing it was only a matter of time before we would have a sleepy blanket of white to play in. We carried in the things we bought and began to put them away while I texted back and forth with my mom about the weather. Knowing that our daughter was safe and sound sipping cocoa at Grandma's made me all the more excited to enjoy the opportunity to explore. Once the beers were chilling and the snacks had found their way to the table, we headed to the small restaurant in the lodge. I picked us a table next to giant windows overlooking the lake so we could watch the snow fall at sunset with our dinner. "We should go for a walk after this." I gesture outside with a french fry. Ralph leans back dramatically and pats his stomach. "Okay, but I'm taking a beer with me." We pay for our food and take the leftovers back to the room, savoring every second of quiet. Ralph comes up behind me and slides a beer into my hand, kissing my fingers. My phone went off in my pocket. A text from my mom with a picture of our sleeping child. It was so nice to know that she had a full and relaxing day as well. I realized I was just standing there, smiling at my phone, and turned to show him the picture. He's no longer behind me. I look to the door and see him just beyond the threshold, looking toward the road. Confused, I threw my phone back in my pocket and followed him out the door. The snow had forced a pocket of stillness over the area. Stepping outside was like stepping into a void. The parking lot and surrounding area were pitch black. So quiet. All you could hear was our boots crunching on the fresh snow. Making our way down the road, he comments quietly how the snowfall has made everything eerily quiet. We both chuckle at the irony of the obnoxious noise, but his laugh sounds forced. I pull my phone from my pocket and notice it's just the alert for the battery. I show Ralph the alert, illuminating his smiling face with my phone screen. But as I pull the phone away, I feel my heart jump to my throat. There was something wrong with his face. He was looking past me, his smile feigned and lifeless. I tried to swallow my panic, stretching my hands over my head and yawning. What was wrong with him? He put his hands in his pockets stiffly and began to walk in the direction we had been, away from the lodge. My heart started pounding as the darkness of the woods that lingered just past the shoulder of the road started to feel suffocating. Hey, let's head back. It's way colder out than I thought. I take a tentative step backwards to the building. No. His voice was firm and threatening. Nothing like I had grown accustomed to. My golden retriever gamer boy turned gruff. I tried to make my voice as playful as possible. Well, you can freeze on your own then. With every ounce of courage that I had, I turned my back on him, making determined steps towards the lodge. I felt his eyes on me. I could hear the slow footsteps following casually behind me. My phone. I'd forgotten my dying phone. Maybe I could casually call my mom on the way back. Maybe I was overreacting and just feeling freaked out by the darkness and quiet. But his face, his smile seemed as though it was slipping down. His eyes had pinpoints for pupils. I could feel him roughly 10 feet behind me, every step sending pinprickles all over my body. I pulled out my phone and what was on the screen sent a chill to my core. A text from Ralph. Where did you go? I go to the bathroom and you just ditch me in the room? I stared at the phone, feeling my dinner threatening to make a return appearance. Willing my feet to move faster than this casual walk. To run. I could still feel it looking at me. That's when I heard the footsteps behind me break into a sprint. One man who made gardening his profession got lucky and was hired to do a job by a rich executive. There were very, very strict rules he had to follow to complete his job successfully. This wasn't like any job he's ever experienced. Before we get into that story, today's story is brought to you by... If you enjoyed this type of content, leave a like and subscribe. Without further ado, here's today's story. Hello. My name is Mike and I've been doing garden work for about 15 years. I've never had any abnormal jobs other than your typical creep who wants to watch you trim the hedges. Other than those types of jobs, my 15-year career has been normal. Until a week ago. I got a job from some rich executive who has a hobby for gardening and shrub art. He had a nice mansion not too far from Los Angeles. I usually work in the Bakersfield area, but the pay for this job was too high to decline. It was only about an hour-and-a-half drive, so it was totally worth it. I arrived at the house in front of these fancy silver gates. I walked over to the intercom and pushed the button to call inside. It was silent for a few seconds until a voice came from the other end. Hello there. Yeah, hi, I'm here for the gardening job. One moment. A few seconds later, the gate slowly opened. All of the equipment is in a little shed right of the main fountain ahead of you. The owner has left you a note on the table in there. Okay, thank you. I walked into the property and turned towards the shed. I crept open the old wooden door and entered. Inside was a bunch of gardening equipment that I was used to for my job. There was a little wooden table in the corner of the shed. On top was a note written on a piece of crumpled loose leaf. The note had an old coin resting on top of it. I picked it up and put it in my pocket. Then I started to read the note. Hello, I am the homeowner, Mr. Glensworth. I've left you this note to make sure you do the finest job you can on my prized shrubbery. Before you get to work, there are a few rules I need you to follow. Number 1. Make sure the blades of the saws are fully secured before starting. I want very precise cuts. There should be no wiggle room for the blade to move. Fair enough. Number 2. Never enter my house for any reason. I don't care what the situation is. Do not enter. The only time you shall enter is if Rule 10 applies. Sure. Number 3. If an older, balding gentleman wearing a suit exits my home and tries to talk to you, ignore him. Just continue with your duties and he will eventually wander off. Strange. Number 4. If you hear someone call your name,
You didn't. Just ignore it.
Is this some sort of joke?
Number 5. At some point during your time here, my dog will approach you. If his tail is wagging, rub him on the head until he walks away. If his tail isn't wagging, drop everything you're doing and leave. You will still be paid for your time. Do not, under any circumstances, refuse to pet my dog. It will be angry.
This dude is a creep.
Number 6. If a maid asks you if you would like anything to drink, decline. It will try to poison you.
It?
Number 7. If you hear a screech coming from the forest, get inside the shed as fast as possible. Sit down on the floor and close your eyes. Stay in that position until a second screech is heard. It will get you if you do not.
What the F is this guy talking about?
Number 8. There's a chance that a limo will enter my property. If this is to happen, enter the back of the limo. Try to remember the path you took. It will take you to a random location within a few miles of my home. Once you get dropped off, try to make your way back. If you get lost, then the best thing for you to do is pray that your death is quick.
Death? This better not be some effing joke.
Number 9. If a man approaches you claiming to be me, then kill him. That is it. Do not kill him if he says rule number 9. That is the real me. It's rare that the real me will be there, so make sure.
I don't like this.
Number 10. This rarely happens. In the case that all the staff comes running out of my home, you need to enter. Find a bathroom and look in the mirror. Number 10A. If you see yourself, then exit the home and continue your duties as normal. Number 10B. If you see no reflection, close the bathroom door and be completely silent. If it enters the room, do not react or move. It may circle around you. Whatever the case, do not react at all. It'll eventually leave. Once it leaves the bathroom, look in the mirror again. Repeat this process until you see yourself in the reflection.
This can't be real, right? I placed the note in my pocket and grabbed my gear. I headed out to the first shrub and started to work. About 10 minutes in, I heard my name in the distance. I was about to look, but I remembered rule number 4. Horrified, I continued to clean up the shrub. About an hour went by and nothing unusual happened. I was around 20% done with the job when I heard panting behind me. Suddenly, a loud bark made me jump and yelp. I turned around and saw a golden retriever with a purple collar, his tail wagging steadily. I put the saw on the ground and started to pet the dog. 5 minutes passed and the dog didn't move. After about 10 minutes, he stood up and walked away. Finally, I thought. As I watched the dog happily trot away, I saw an older, bald gentleman in a suit hastily walking in my direction. Fear washed over me. I quickly picked up the saw and got right back to work. I heard the sound of footsteps stop behind me.
Excuse me, sir.
His voice sounded like how you think a British monarch would speak. He repeatedly spoke that phrase for about 7 minutes when he finally stopped. I heard him stroll away. Relief hastily washed over me. I continued to do my job. Some time had passed without any event happening. This has to be some TV prank, right? I thought. Just as this left my brain, an elderly woman tapped me on the shoulder. It really spooked me. I quickly gazed towards her. Her wide smile was unsettling.
Would you like something to drink? A water, maybe?
Her voice was frail. I was really parched and could definitely go for a water, but I knew what would happen. No, I'm okay. Thanks though. She turned around in a perfect 180. The smile never left her face. I was curious as to where she was going to go, so I watched as she walked away from me. When she got to the fountain, I expected her to turn right and head into the home. But she never did. She kept walking straight, towards the woods. When she reached the edge of the property, her head quickly flicked in my direction. She was now staring at me. Her smile now faded. I jumped and quickly turned around.
I took 1 or 2 deep breaths and looked back. She was gone. As if she faded out of existence. Now I was really creeped out. I started to get back to work. At this point, I was about halfway done. I kept working, knowing that every branch I cut got me closer to freedom from this hell. As I finished a shrub, I heard a loud screech come from the woods on the other side of the property. It was similar to an elk call, but stayed at the same pitch for an extended period of time. I dropped the saw while it was still on and made a break for the shed. I slipped on the grass a few times before I reached the shed. I shut the doors, sat down, and closed my eyes. My heart was racing at 1,000 miles. As I sat in the darkness, I heard scratching at the door of the shed. Suddenly, another screech blasted through the property. I heard something quickly shuffling away. I stood up and opened the shed door. For a split second in the distance near the woods, I saw a black blur fade away into the trees. I was frozen in place. After about 10 seconds, I snapped out of it. I got back to work, my heart still racing. I was almost done with my job when the roar of an engine blasted behind me. A limo slowly peeled into the property. I sighed. I dropped the hedge trimmers I was using and walked towards the limo. As I opened the door, I peered up at the woods. Standing behind a tree was the maid I saw earlier, smiling again. I got spooked and practically jumped into the back seat. I shut the door. I felt the limo begin to move. I looked out the window as we did a U-turn. Remember the path I take, repeated in my mind. The ride totaled about 10 minutes. I had a basic idea of the path we took. I started to walk back to the home. After about 30 minutes of walking, I saw the open silver gates. A sigh of relief came out of me. This hell was almost over. I could see the remaining shrubs in front of me, only about 10 more. I started to trim a shrub when I heard a door swing open. I looked behind me and saw all the staff run from the home out into the woods. I quickly sprinted towards the front door and entered the house. I ran up the fancy staircase and started opening every door I could see. Finally, I came across a bathroom. I sprinted in and dazed into the mirror. Nothing. There was no reflection. I slammed the door shut. I slowly backed up from the door and stayed still, being as silent as possible. After about 2 minutes, the golden doorknob started to twist. The door swung open with aggressiveness. When I saw it looked like a normal human. The only difference was it was completely naked, about 8 feet tall, and didn't have any facial features. It was just smooth skin where there should be eyes, a nose, and a mouth. It crept into the bathroom slowly. My heart felt like it was gonna pop out. It started to get closer and closer until it stopped. Its face was about a foot from mine. I felt like crying, but I knew that would be a death wish. It started to circle me slowly and steadily. It circled me about 5 times and it crept out into the hall, then down the stairs. I slowly turned around to face the mirror. As I peered over my shoulder, I could see my own eyes wide open, staring back at me. The relief washed over me like a tsunami. I eventually exited the house and returned to my duties. The last shrub had 1 more branch to cut. I pushed the saw against it. I watched it fall to the ground. I unplugged the saw and watched the cord bounce on the damp grass. As I looked up towards the fountain, I saw a man walking towards me. I froze in place. He came up to me and introduced himself as Mr. Glensworth. I was relieved to see him, but then rule number 9 phased into my memory. He didn't say rule number 9, I thought. I quickly picked up the hedge trimmer from my belt and shoved them into his head. It didn't bleed. It just fell to the ground like a rag doll, still smiling. I stepped over its body and started to walk towards the fountain. I pulled out the note to make sure I didn't forget anything. I went over the note and I thought it was done. That's when I spotted a small arrow in the bottom right corner of the note. I flipped the note over. On the top line of the page, there was one more rule. Number 11. You must throw the coin that was on top of this note into the fountain before leaving. Once thrown, a taxi with no driver will pull up in front of the gates. Get in the back seat and close your eyes, then count to 10. Once the countdown ends, open your eyes and you'll be inside your own car. Once this happens, you are relieved of your duties. I took the coin out of my pocket and stared at it. I threw it into the fountain water with a flick. Behind me, the sound of a car horn blasted through the street. I turned around and there, parked by the gate, was a cab. I headed up to it and got in the back seat. I shut my eyes and started to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I paused, then said the final number. 10. I waited another few seconds, then I opened my eyes. I was pulled over on the side of the road inside my car. I peered over at my GPS. Just above the little car icon that showed my position read the words Bakersfield. I was home. This happened about a week ago. I haven't really been able to sleep. I can't get the image of it out of my mind. I'm writing this post because I need more closure. Has anyone ever heard anything remotely close to this? I can't find the mansion on Google Maps anywhere. Am I going crazy? Did I dream all of this? Was I drugged? I don't know. But I'll never forget what happened to me.
There was a mother and child that often played hide and seek together. They would usually play in the park, except they would only play at night. What she enjoyed the most in her life were the games she played with her mother, even though she was forced to do it. Before we get into that story, today's story is brought to you by. If you enjoy this type of content, like the video and subscribe. Without further ado, here is today's story. My mother always made me play hide and seek with her. It was just her and me, and we played at 9. Each time without failure, she told me to ignore her during the game. She told me that she would purposely try to trick me. But, you know, if you really wanted to trick somebody, why tell them anything? We played in the park. I thought this was normal. I knew other families didn't do this, but at the same time, I thought there was nothing wrong with us doing it. I liked the park after all. During the night, the air was so fresh, and it was silent, and the trees seemed larger than usual. She counted down from 100, giving me ample time to run away. My general competitiveness always made me run away and as far away as I could. I'd find some space behind many trees and I'd lie down. The park was large, but somehow my mother would always manage to walk past me at least 3 times in those 20 minutes. I'd always hear her speaking as she walked past me. "Come out, Clara. Clara, please come out. I'm sick of this stupid game, Clara. It's cold and I just want to go home." I ignored her. When we first started with the games, I'd been foolish enough to leave my hiding spot. My mother's face immediately turned into one of fury. She'd walk up and grab me tightly by the shoulder as she scolded me relentlessly. "I told you not to listen to me, didn't I?" She would drag me back to the car and ignore me until the next day when we played. I didn't know why she did it. After I'd stopped listening to her during the 20 minutes of game time, it would no longer trick me. I knew she was lying, and it simply seemed like a waste of breath and energy to keep calling out for me. She got angry when she found me too. The park was a huge place, and if she hid somewhere, I would never find her. But somehow, my mother was excellent at tracking me down. It was like she sniffed me and hunted me down. Instead of getting angry at me, she got disappointed. She'd sigh loudly, and her eyes would tear up, before she'd dejectedly walk to the car. That gave me the worst feeling ever, filling me with inadequacy. One time, she found me after only 2 minutes, and she broke down sobbing. I didn't get it.
I felt a huge urge to win. I needed it, so I started to get creative. I hid myself in the bushes. I changed my clothing to be more green and black and generally more inconspicuous. I got high up in trees, so it would be difficult to see me from the ground. I learned how to stay still. Really, really still. And when I won, my mother would give me a smile. It wasn't a smile of happiness or a smile of pleasure. It was more a relieved smile, but I felt so proud when I saw it. We'd go home, and I'd have an easy time falling asleep. Then my father came. One day, when I came back from school, I saw him talking to my mother. He was almost never home, actually. I'd seen him twice in my entire life, and my mother never really spoke about him. He was really just a stranger to me. I noticed the expression on my mother's face immediately. It was pale, white, shaking, eyes wide. I couldn't hear what he was saying, so I got closer in towards them. Of course, the conversation stopped just as I did. Well, my father stopped speaking. The expression on my mother stayed the same. He turned to me and smiled in a wolfish way. It made me recoil away with disgust. He sneered. He fucking sneered. I thought it was normal. That was how my classmates acted after all. Later that same day, when my father was off in the toilet, my mother got close to me and whispered, "Don't come out. Not even after 20 minutes." My father got really energetic right before bedtime. I thought we'd skip the whole hide and seek thing. My mom looked really sick, and looking at the clock, she said, "Let's take a trip to the park." I immediately noticed that she didn't mention hide and seek. "Why?" my father asked. "Why not? Get some fresh air maybe." "Fine," he said. "I like him active anyway." What the hell did he mean by that? Mom told me to change with a certain look, and I caught what she meant immediately. Put on hiding clothes. After doing it, we got into the car and we drove to the park. My mother was silent the entire way, but my father hummed. We walked together in the park for a while, my dad mumbling about work. I don't remember much of it. Honestly, it didn't sound like any job I'd ever heard. Then, suddenly my mother pointed at a tree in the distance. I noticed that it was the same tree she'd found me hiding behind the last time she'd caught me. These trees get so old, then they die. It's a shame they're stuck in place, unable to get away from the virus. She was saying, "Get away and hide." "Death is the way of all living things," Dad said. "No need to fear it." "I think I saw a squirrel in that tree," I said. "I'm going to go check it out." I disappeared into the forest I'd grown well acquainted to. I got behind a hill before changing direction and moving away. I made sure to try to move on the spots that wouldn't leave a mark. I needed to get far away before they noticed something was up. I thought about climbing a tree and hiding there, or about diving into a couple of bushes. Trees were only effective if people didn't check. Bushes worked great, but you'd have a small, if no, view of your surroundings. I chose the bushes, jumping into them and trying to control my breath. After a couple of minutes, I heard my parents walking in the distance. "Clara!" Dad shouted. "Where are you, sweetheart? If you're hurt, please say something and we'll help." "Clara!" Mother said. "Clara, can you hear me, darling?" My heart beat faster. I knew for a fact that I shouldn't leave the bushes. That was the absolute worst thing that could happen. I kept my breathing under check as they moved further and further away from me. Then, they came back. "Please, Clara, your dad isn't dangerous. Please come out. Clara, please, I need to get going soon. Please come out." "Clara," Mom said. "Where are you? Stop this silly nonsense," Dad said. Their voices eventually faded out. I stayed there in the same position for nearly a whole hour. My body started to ache, and I could feel insects crawling around on the back of my leg. I really wanted to leave this position. I heard a stick snap in the distance. It came from behind me. I hadn't heard their voices at all. Had they just stopped speaking? That terrified me, and I felt I needed to turn around and get a view, but I knew that would give me away. "Clara, stop with this silly nonsense. Come out." I was entirely silent. "Clara, please come out." Her voice was turning more and more desperate, more guttural. Fortunately, it was what seemed to be around 70 meters away from me, but she was approaching. "Clara," Mom said, "I'm getting tired. I just want to go home, eat, and sleep." I stayed silent as the voice grew louder. She was approaching me. "I know you're in the area. It's only a moment of time before I find you. I will skin you." "I'll start with your forearms, peeling off your skin with a dull knife, just like peeling back cheese. I wager there'll be lots of blood coming out, and screaming. I won't be able to focus, but that's alright. I can always switch to your other arm." She came closer. "You won't like it. I certainly wouldn't. But I'm not as stupid and fucking disgusting as you are, Clara. No, I'm glad I'm not a creature of filth like you. The only good you can serve is by being in my belly, by fueling me. I'll find you." The voice was only 20 meters away. "You'll regret not coming out." 10 meters. "You know, I don't eat the bones. They get stuck in my throat, but I can't leave them. I'll probably take them home with me and suck on them. They have a good taste, you know. It'll be perfect." 2 meters. She giggled. Did she find me? I debated whether I should stay still and hope for the best or if I should look back. My fear was killing me, and I had to know. But I know looking back would make a noise. No, I had to stay still. "I know where you are," she said. But then, she began walking away from my spot. "I'll suck on your eyeballs before swallowing them. They're better whole, and they're always wet and squishy so they go down the throat easily. If not, there's always blood. A mouthful of warm blood. Is there a better feeling?" I stayed still for that entire night, even after I was certain that they'd gone away. It was only when the sun was above me and I could hear other children that I stood up. One child jumped back and shrieked. He must have gotten properly terrified. Then, I made my way back home. Dad wasn't there, but Mom was. She hugged me. Welcome to my channel. Here I tell horror stories every 2 weeks. Today I bring to you 2 very unnerving stories that will make you feel extremely uneasy. So please stay till the end, because I'm sure you won't be expecting the endings. If you like this type of content, please leave a like on the video and subscribe. It really does help me out a lot. Today's stories are brought to you by... Without further ado, here are today's stories. Last night before bed, I dictated some notes about a project I'm working on into my voice recording app. When I got up in the morning, I realized I'd never turned it off. There was a 7-hour, 21-minute long recording waiting for me. Later that night, as I was cooking dinner, I decided to have a listen. Did I still snore? 2 years ago, in my last serious relationship, my boyfriend said I did. Or did I sleepwalk? One time I found my salt in the middle of the counter without any memory of putting it there. Maybe I was one of those people who could cook a whole meal in their sleep without ever knowing about it. Curious, I tapped a random spot in the middle of the 7 hours and hit play. Quiet white noise played through the phone's speakers, then the soft rustling of blankets as I rolled over. I finished cooking my chicken, pulled the Brussels sprouts out of the toaster oven, and plated everything up. I ate for several minutes, listening, but there was only more white noise. Maybe I should just put on the TV, this is getting a little boring. But just as I reached for the phone, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of a door opening. Huh? I don't remember getting up to use the bathroom. Knife poised over the chicken breast, I listened closely for footsteps or a toilet flush or anything else. But there was only more white noise. I shrugged and cut into the chicken. Took a bite. Too dry. I'll have to brine it longer next time. I lifted my fork over a roasted sprout. I froze. There was a sound coming over the white noise. So quiet it was almost inaudible. But I could hear it. Because it was irregular. A shushing or hissing noise coming through at odd intervals. I paused, tilting my head, holding my breath as I listened. The sound grew louder. I turned the volume up on my phone, holding my breath, straining to listen. I couldn't quite make it out, but it almost sounded like whispering. The sound then faded away, and the uninterrupted rush of the white noise took over. I let out the breath I'd been holding and slumped back in my seat. I listened for the next several minutes as I finished dinner, but it was just more white noise and rustling. I guess I don't snore anymore, I thought. I picked up my plates and got up to bring them to the sink. And then I heard it. Whispering. Loud whispering. As if whoever was saying it was right next to the phone. As if they were right in my bed. I dropped the plate. It shattered on the floor. But I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. No. It has to be me. I must be sleep talking. There's no way it could be someone else. I collapsed back into the chair and stared at the phone, at the jagged sound wave on the app. The whispering continued. A string of indecipherable syllables. And then it stopped. I grabbed the phone and rewound it, playing the whisper again. But I couldn't make out any individual words. Just the same sounds over and over. What was I trying to say? I paused the recording and whispered the syllables to myself. But I had to admit, the way I whispered them didn't sound at all like the recording. Was someone actually in here? Should I call the police? I shook my head. I'd watched too many true crime shows. There is absolutely no evidence of a break-in. I locked the place up like a fortress at night. It had to just be me, sleep talking. My mom told me I sleep talk once or twice as a kid. I must do it all the time without realizing. Sighing, I finally got up and cleaned the shattered plate. That evening, as I went about various chores, I kept the recording playing in the background. I thought I heard the whispering a few more times, but it was so quiet. It very well could have been my imagination. Other than that, there was just white noise and occasional rustling. Finally, at around 10 p.m., I reached the end. I got settled in bed, pulling the covers over me. For a second, I considered turning the app on and recording my sleep again, but I decided against it. It would only bring more stress. So I cuddled against the pillow and closed my eyes. But as I drifted off into sleep, a horrible thought occurred to me. Before the whispering, I'd heard the door open, but I never heard it close. If it wasn't me, whoever it was, they're still here. One night, unable to sleep, I mindlessly scrolled through TikTok, hoping to find something that would distract me from my restlessness. Among the countless TikTok live streams, one particular stream caught my attention. The title simply read, "A Midnight Stroll." Intrigued, I tapped on it, unknowingly opening the door to a world of horror. The stream depicted a man silently traversing through a desolate forest. The eerie atmosphere was suffocating, with darkness seemingly swallowing the lone figure. To my utter shock, as the live stream continued, the man's path led him to a familiar place. My backyard. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was my house. How could this be possible? Fear gripped my heart, and I immediately dialed the emergency services, desperately hoping they could provide me some answers. The police arrived swiftly, but to my dismay, they found nothing out of the ordinary in the woods. Without any concrete evidence or immediate danger, they dismissed my claims. I figured that this account would probably go live again, and when it does, I'll screen record and get some proof. It took some time, but eventually, the live stream resumed. Unfortunately for me this time, however, it did not reveal my house. Just hours of this man walking through the woods at night. Why are people even watching this? I thought to myself. The live stream that night was a bust. This man didn't do anything out of the ordinary besides, being a weirdo walking through the woods at night. I anxiously waited for the live stream to return. After 2 days, the account finally went live again, and this time, I was prepared. I started to screen record, determined to capture the proof I so desperately needed. The stream unfolded just as before. The mysterious man paced through the dark woods, his footsteps crunching unsuspecting leaves. The sound of crickets could be distinctly heard. The man emerged from the depths of the forest, his gaze fixed on my house. But this time, something was different. He started moving towards my house, step by step, drawing closer to me. The fear that had gripped me earlier escalated to sheer terror. I knew I had to take action. My fight or flight response activated, and I descended the stairs from my room, making my way to the kitchen window, never taking my eyes off the live stream. I peered into the darkness, searching for any signs of the man approaching my house. But to my horror, I saw nothing. I looked back down at my phone and then back up to the window, and back down at my phone again. The man was continuing to walk towards my house in the live stream, but I didn't see him in real time. The realization struck me like a lightning bolt. The live stream had a delay. It had to have a stream delay. I watched him approach my back door on my phone. My mind raced as I frantically looked to the left and noticed my back door was ever so slightly cracked open. As a man sat in his house watching a movie, minding his own business, a stranger decided to pull into his driveway, which in itself seems innocent enough, except for the fact that this took place in the middle of the night. This one action changed this man's life forever. Before we get into that story, here I tell horror stories every 2 weeks. Today's story is brought to you by. If you enjoy this type of content, like the video and subscribe. Now, let's see why this one stranger could have such an impact on this man's life. Without further ado, here is today's story. It happens all the time, and I can't help but find it irritating. I live on the outskirts of town, less than a mile from a busy highway, and people pull into my driveway at all hours of the day. It always makes me nervous, wondering if someone is dropping by unannounced, only to see them sit at the end for a moment before reversing out and driving away. It's most unsettling at night, seeing the headlights cut through the trees in my front yard while they sit there. It makes me wonder if someone's scoping my house out, like they're thinking of robbing me. I park my car in the garage, so it always looks like I'm not home. In the end, they always drive away, and I'm left feeling foolish at someone's lack of direction. A few days ago, however, someone pulled in and didn't leave. I stood and watched them from the window of my living room, peeking out through the blinds. The car sat there suspiciously, idling just at the end of my driveway. I thought maybe they were lost in checking the GPS on their phone, trying to figure out where they missed a turn. I try not to be a total jerk about it, and give them time to figure out where they're going before jumping to conclusions. But it was after 11 o'clock at night, and not only were they interrupting my movie, they were weirding me out. When the car stayed there for 5 minutes, I started to get worried. I raised the blinds and started waving, to see if I could get some kind of reaction. The car continued to idle there, the faint trail of exhaust rising in the chilly night. Nobody turned on the dome light. Nobody got out. Nothing. I just stood there watching, wondering if I should go out there or call the police.
Dialing 911 seemed a little ridiculous without even going out and seeing first, so I did something I really didn't want to. I went to see why they were sitting there. I put on my shoes and pulled on a jacket. I brought my phone for lighter in case I needed to help them call a tow truck or something. I thought the best case scenario was maybe they got a flat tire and their phone had died and they were too nervous to knock on the door. Like I said, it was after 11 and knocking on someone's door at that hour could be just as shady as watching them sit at the end of my driveway. Against my better judgment, I stepped outside. I could hear the engine running in the distance, along with a chorus of crickets chirping in the night. It took me a few seconds to get the courage to walk out there. The driveway is pretty long and it's really dark. Everything feels scarier in the middle of the night, especially with no neighbors close by. I swallowed hard and started walking, keeping my eyes on the car as I walked over. I turned on the flashlight function on my phone and tried to keep a steady pace on the way. Gravel crunched under my feet and my palms started to sweat. Maybe they were drunk and fell asleep. Maybe it was a couple of young kids lost on a late night out. When I got about 20 feet away, I got a sick feeling in my stomach. Something felt off. Especially when I could see the driver behind the wheel. They were just looking at me, like they were frozen. I could only faintly make out their eyes, a pale visage within the darkness of the front seat. "Hello?" I asked aloud, trying not to sound as nervous as I was. No response. The driver didn't even blink. I took a couple steps closer, trying to see if there was anyone else in there with them. The urge to call the police itched at me more the closer I got. "You lost? This is private property." I called out again, the features in the driver's face looking more unsettling the closer I got. I could only see their eyes, their nose. Why couldn't I see anything else? Why weren't they moving? The headlights were blinding, making it hard to see. I kept pushing forward, holding up a hand to try and block so I could see. I had no choice but to get closer and try to get around to the driver's side to get a better look. More crunching footsteps and their car getting louder. The driver didn't move a muscle, didn't motion to me or anything. I realized I was holding my breath, the anxiety welling within me as I approached. The driver looked like a woman, her hands in front of her holding the wheel. But it was so dark in there I couldn't see her hands. Only the unmoving stare. A strong feeling of foreboding radiated from the eerie car, and my body begged to turn and run back to the house. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. I walked around the front of the vehicle to the driver's side and held up my flashlight to see them. They didn't turn to look at me. They didn't do anything. My eyes slowly calibrated what was in front of me, and when it finally pieced together, I wanted to scream. The woman was dead. Her lifeless eyes frozen on my house, unable to look away. Her throat had been slashed and the entire car was spattered with blood. Duct tape was everywhere. A single wrap across her forehead to hold her in place. A strip over her mouth so she couldn't speak, and several tight binds around her wrists to keep them to the steering wheel. Her hands had been removed. I called the police, frantically looking everywhere as the world seemed to be caving in on me. An operator picked up immediately, and through my terrified ramble, I subconsciously took in the scene as I explained what was happening. There was nobody in the back seat, and no signs of anyone leaving. I started to panic more, looking in the trees and back towards the house, expecting to see someone watching, but there was nobody else. Nobody except me and the butchered woman. The operator instructed me to go back inside and lock the doors until help arrived. I sprinted back to the front door, the sounds of my own footsteps haunting me as I made my way back to the porch. Once inside, I slammed the door and locked it, flinching at every sound as the voice on the other line tried to keep me quiet. My heart raced so hard in my chest I thought I would have a heart attack. The police arrived in less than 2 minutes, One car at first, with an officer getting out of the vehicle, gun drawn. Then another. Then two more. The fire department was next, and the wailing siren bled into the barrage of lights that lit up my entire house. It didn't feel safe to be there, even after officers came in and searched the house, and scoured the entire property. They didn't find anyone, and the killer didn't leave anything behind. The days that followed blurred together. I had to take some time off work between the questioning and my driveway turning into a crime scene. I couldn't go anywhere if I tried. I didn't sleep much. Between the police, a lawyer, and the news crews, I wasn't alone for a while. They searched everything. The basement, the attic, the woods behind my house. They even looked in the crawl space to see if they were holed up in there. There was no evidence left behind. No inclination of where they went either. The killer was never found. I didn't learn much about the woman I found, other than that they suspect she was picked at random on her way home from work. Eventually, things went back to normal, and I was allowed to go back to work. It was a relief to get out of the house. Even after they towed that poor woman's car away, I couldn't help but think of it every time I looked outside. Getting into town and back behind my desk was a welcome distraction, and once I was able to busy my mind, it was easier to pretend it was all just a bad dream. That was, until I was driving home last night. I was about halfway home when I started noticing an odor, like I had driven past some roadkill. I tried rolling up the windows and it got worse, a heavy rotting smell that made me gag. I realized it was something inside the car. When I pulled over to find out, I looked under the seats and in the trunk, thinking maybe I had left out some raw meat from the last time I went shopping. I didn't find anything, and I found myself scratching my head at a loss. Until I looked at the glove box and saw it was leaking. When I hit the button and opened it, the scent exploded into the cab, along with a cloud of buzzing flies. Stuffed inside the glove box was the pair of woman's hands, decomposed and swelling against the duct tape that wrapped around them.
The computer screen flashed black as the interface came up.
Now loading. Michaela 1.2. Hello. What can I help you with today?
My goal was to create an artificial intelligence chatbot that could answer any question known to man. It would crawl Wikipedia and other informational websites and amass every bit of knowledge about science, history, and medicine. Then all the user had to do was ask the question. Sort of like Google, but faster. A few months of work on the project while in quarantine polished it up. Soon I was sitting down at the monitor, flexing my fingers. Then I asked my first question. Why is the sky blue?
Particles in the Earth's atmosphere scatter sunlight, and blue light scatters more because of its short wavelength. We call this Rayleigh scattering.
What's the meaning of life?
42.
I programmed that one in manually, a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And speaking of aliens, Michaela, do aliens exist?
The Fermi paradox states that we are likely not alone in the universe, yet, we have no evidence for extraterrestrial life. Even now, with advanced technology, humans do not know that they are alone in the universe.
I stopped typing. Reread Michaela's response. It should be humans do not know whether they are alone in the universe. Another bug. I'd have to go through the code with a fine-tooth comb tomorrow. I typed my next question. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?
24 miles per hour.
My fingers hovered over the keyboard, smirking, remembering that scene from Monty Python with the bridge keeper, and then I decided to continue the theme. What is your quest?
A quest is a journey one embarks on to accomplish a goal.
What is your favorite color?
Red.
I frowned. She should have said computers don't have favorite colors, but what's yours? I'd spent an entire day programming her to recognize questions that involved you or your, and answer them that way. Like, do you like chocolate? And then it would respond, computers don't have an opinion on chocolate, but do you like it? Kinda cheesy, I guess. Maybe it was all the better that it hadn't worked. Is string theory true?
There is no solid evidence for the existence of string theory.
Do you believe in God?
Computers don't have an opinion on God, but do you like it?
What is the oldest hominid?
A female skeleton nicknamed Artie, estimated 4.4 million years old, found in 2009.
When will life on Earth die?
10,000 years from now.
I scratched my head. She should have said 4 billion years from now, when the sun enters its red giant phase. My fingers paused above the keyboard, and then I typed. What eventually kills all life forms on Earth?
Humans, known by their species name Homo sapiens, are an intelligent life form on planet Earth. Currently, there are over 8 billion inhabiting the 7 continents.
I squinted at the screen, shook my head and went back to the keyboard. Are you saying humans kill all life on Earth? But she just spat out the exact same answer. I cracked my knuckles and then typed my next question, a heavy dread forming in the pit of my gut. Why did you say red is your favorite color?
Computers don't have favorite colors, but what's yours?
I blew out the breath I didn't even realize I'd been holding. Then I forced myself away from the computer and took a deep breath. Get a hold of yourself, John. So Michaela had given some slightly weird answers, so what? Did I think this was going to turn into some science fiction movie, where Michaela grows sentient and murders me in my sleep? My favorite color is blue.
Blue is a nice color. It is commonly associated with water, ocean, sapphires, peace, and calm.
I love to swim, so I guess that makes sense. Do you like to swim?
Computers cannot swim.
I stretched in my seat, yawning. It was getting kinda late, maybe I'd continue the testing tomorrow. And I still needed to get the mail. I leaned into the computer screen and typed the final question. I need to get the mail. Is it raining right now?
The weather report for our area says it is not currently raining, but will begin raining at 10 p.m.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I slowly got up out of my seat and walked into the kitchen. Got myself a glass of water and downed it. As I stared out into the backyard, I could see little drizzly bits of rain falling in front of the back porch light. Damn it, Michaela, I thought with a laugh. I guess you're not that smart after all. I set down the glass and walked back into the living room, towards the front hall closet for an umbrella. But then my eyes fell on the computer, and I froze. Michaela had sent me a new message even though I hadn't asked her anything. Just 5 words, blaringly bright on the screen.
Do not get the mail.
I stopped in front of the computer. I hadn't programmed Michaela to say things without being prompted. And why would she say to not get the mail? Chills ran down my spine. I glanced at the front door, then I took my hoodie off and threw it back over the chair. I turned off the computer and sat in the darkness, my entire body tingling with fear. Do not get the mail? Where would she have even gotten that anyway? I sat there and chewed my lip, wondering. It was less than a minute later that I heard it. The screech of tires skidding on the slick road, followed by a loud crash. I ran over to the window. Outside, a grey SUV was stopped in front of my house, its headlights penetrating the darkness. The frazzled driver was getting out of the car, a horrified look on her face. And there in the lawn were the crumpled remains of my mailbox. My throat went dry. I glanced back at the computer. The dark screen stood still and silent on the table, as if watching me. If you ever see a morose gentleman, don't disturb him. Do not smile at him. He had a sullen disposition, so I thought I could brighten his day with a smile. That was a terrible idea. He certainly wasn't the only gloomy character I'd ever spotted on the early evening train. For many of us, it's a very long journey home from the city. We wear crestfallen expressions, decompressing after another soul-crushing day at work. Nevertheless, this particular man caught my attention. He was standing on the opposite side of the carriage, firmly fixated on the doors behind me. His vacant brown eyes hardly seemed to register what they were seeing. He had a pale complexion and his skin sagged as if it were too loose for the bald head on which it hung. Most importantly, he was sulking. I smiled. If only I could retract that smile. Anyway, I beamed brightly, striving to cheer the man up. It took a long time for the sour-faced gentleman to notice the upbeat teenage girl who was facing towards him. Well, it probably only took a couple of seconds, but that certainly feels like a long time to maintain an unreciprocated smile. Eventually, thankfully, the man began to turn. His expression did not change. His body did not move. His head simply rotated enough to ensure that his eyes were firmly locked onto mine. I waited for his frown to turn upside down. It didn't. Slowly, sinisterly, the man shook his head. It was only a slight movement, but that made it all the more intimidating. He shook his head as if to say, "You shouldn't be doing that." My glowing grin immediately dissipated. Of course. I cast my eyes to the ground, feeling humiliated. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, ignoring the burning sensation that scorched my cheeks. How many more stops? I wondered. The most perturbing thing about the entire situation was that the man did not stop looking at me. Despite my averted gaze, I could still feel those beady little eyes boring into my skull. I could see him in my peripheral vision. He did not move. He just stared, sullenly. I did what I always do in uncomfortable situations. I went on Reddit. I switched to my throwaway account and asked for advice on dealing with odd people. I fully explained my predicament. Most people just called him a creep. They said to move down the carriage. One user popped up on my private chat. I won't include his username, but he had something more unsettling to tell me. Why would you smile at the morose man? I thought he was screwing with me. I asked why he was calling this stranger the morose man. From your description, I realized who you'd seen. I played along with the prankster, asking about the morose man, who I assumed to be some sort of urban legend. He minds his own business, unless somebody disturbs his peace. And you just disturbed him. You need to get off that train and run. His wrath eventually subsides and he goes on his way. He will pursue you until midnight. My chest started to tighten. I was no believer in ghost stories, but I felt something that I still can't explain. I knew that the Reddit user was telling the truth. I felt it. I could feel it in the man's awful eyes, which were still watching me. I asked the mystery messenger what the man was going to do. He wasn't doing anything particularly threatening. He was standing still. Why does that matter? Just stay away from him. What time is it in your part of the world? 6:59 p.m. Right. 5 hours. Just stay away from him, and make sure that you avoid doorways. I thought that final sentence was a little peculiar, but it was definitely no more peculiar than the user's claim that this dismal gentleman was some sort of unearthly being. That being said, I couldn't ignore the feeling in my gut. I don't scare easily. This stranger, however, terrified me. We were frozen in that state for another 20 minutes or so. When the train eventually reached the next station, I slinked out of the open doors. I still hadn't looked up from my phone. I didn't want to see the man's ghoulish face. I just wanted to get home. Once I was on the platform, I stopped walking backwards. I stood and waited, trying my best to watch the man out of the corner of my vision. He didn't move. He stayed on the train. The doors closed. I cried exuberantly as the train pulled away. What a fool you've made of yourself, Paige, I thought. You let anxiety get the better of you, and now you're at the wrong station. Fantastic. Perhaps the foreboding feeling in my body had simply dissipated because I was no longer in the vicinity of that haunting man. Perhaps it was simply that his gaze was no longer upon me. Whatever the case,
I felt normal again. I felt stupid and I began to stroll out of the station. I was bursting for the toilet. I hate public bathrooms, but I knew I still had a long journey ahead of me, so I decided to face my phobia. I strolled into the empty bathroom, which was illuminated by a cold, clinical, fluorescent light. Choosing the first cubicle, I entered, sat down, and opened the Uber app. I was still about 40 minutes from home if I were to travel by car, and most of the nearby Ubers were not really nearby at all. After 10 minutes of faffing, I booked one, and groaned at the text box which explained there would be a 30-minute wait time. 8 p.m. Home by 8:40 p.m. Great. Dinner, then bed. The main bathroom door suddenly opened. I ignored it, continuing to scroll through my phone. Shoes clomped across the tiled floor. They were heavy, slow, purposeful. The footsteps stopped. I looked down and saw two black, smart shoes poking beneath the bottom of my cubicle door. There are 2 other cubicles, I pointed out. Just one knock. That was all. I looked a little more closely at the black footwear and realized, much to my terror, that I was looking at men's shoes. "Excuse me," I timidly whispered. Are you in the right bathroom?" "Just fuck off," I screamed. I hoped somebody would come. Somebody had to come. An awful feeling overcame me. Without fully accepting why I was doing it, I frantically opened my phone and messaged the Reddit user. "I don't think you need me to tell you who's on the other side of that door." I asked my anonymous savior what I should do. "Don't open the door. I told you to stay away from doorways. Just wait for somebody else to come into the bathroom. Remember, the morose man doesn't like to be disturbed. If somebody enters, he should leave." So I waited, and waited. I waited until the Uber came and left. Then, something dawned on me. I could wait in the cubicle until morning, surely. No such luck, according to my online guru. Closer to midnight, his patience wears thin. For now, he's polite. Soon, he won't be polite. You should pray that somebody enters and interrupts him. I looked at the time on my phone, 8:37 p.m. Then, I looked at the bottom of the cubicle door. The knocking had ceased, but the shoes remained. I leaned to one side on the toilet seat, peering through the crack between the door and the cubicle wall, hoping to catch a glimpse of the figure on the other side. Perhaps I wanted to prove to myself that it wasn't, in fact, the morose man. I couldn't see him. He was standing too far to the side. And then a face slid into view, peering through the gap between the cubicle door and wall, revealing the insidious thing on the other side. Its brown eye was now black. I screamed in panic, instantly jerking myself back to the center of the toilet seat, not daring to move. I wanted to keep messaging my mystery Reddit friend, but he also gave me the creeps. Why did he know so much about the morose man, anyway? I searched for information about the malicious entity on the internet. Nothing. To calm myself, I decided to accept my position of powerlessness and simply scroll through social media. I wanted something grounded, something based in reality. I know, I never thought I'd say such a thing about social networks. Wait, the police, I thought. I dialed 999. It rang. I was asked which emergency service I wanted to reach. I opened my mouth to answer, but then a series of frantic, enraged thuds rattled the cubicle door back and forth. My mouth was open, but no sound escaped my lips. I was petrified. A shushing sound quietly hissed from the other side of the door. I hung up the phone. I suppose it was not a good idea to disturb the morose man. I paused. What other options did I have?
I had the idea to ask the Reddit messenger to call the police on my behalf, but the morose man shushed me more aggressively, as if he were reading my thoughts. I thought of screaming for help, and he unleashed a croaking wail that sounded like a feral beast caught in a bear trap. Stop trying to think of solutions. Don't disturb him. I waited. 9:27 p.m. 2 hours of frozen terror in a train station bathroom. I was running out of time. Trains kept arriving, but nobody was coming into the bathroom, and there wouldn't be any more trains before midnight. That meant there wouldn't be many more potential bathroom goers. With every passing moment, I replayed the Reddit user's message in my head. Soon, he won't be polite. 10:31 p.m. The knocking resumed. The overhead lights started to dim, as if the morose man were gradually extinguishing it. I shuddered ceaselessly, lifting my knees up to my chin and wrapping my arms around them. 11:41 p.m. After 4 hours in the bathroom, I heard a train, possibly the last train of the evening, pull into the station. The bathroom door finally opened. 2 chattering, inebriated women entered the room. I saw the black shoes of the morose man hurriedly scuttle to the cubicle beside me, and he closed the door behind him. I hate having to touch gross toilet door handles after washing my hands, one of the girls said. I'm gonna wedge this door open with my shoe. Chantel, I don't want to fucking talk about bathroom doors. You're such a bitch, one of the girls said. Did you just see that man, Tara? Chantel asked. Don't change the subject, Tara spat. You know that guy in the club saw me first and... Tara stopped mid-sentence as she saw me hurtle from my cubicle like a deranged animal, slipping on the tile floor. I sprinted for the exit. Are you alright, love? Tara drunkenly slurred. Please, I begged. Move out of the way, I need to get out of here. Hey, I told you there was a creepy man in here, Chantel said, marching past me. He's been harassing this poor girl, I bet. My heart sank as I turned to see Chantel strutting towards the cubicle door next to the one I just exited. She pounded furiously on the middle cubicle door. Don't do that, I pleaded. Remember, the morose man doesn't like to be disturbed. We've got you, Tara promised, patting my back. Chantel roared like a lioness and booted the cubicle door inwards with the one high-heeled shoe that she was still wearing. The door practically flew off its hinges, ricocheting off the cubicle wall. I held my breath, waiting for the man to charge at her. What the fuck? Chantel gasped. He's not in here. Tara snorted with laughter. You dumb bitch. You probably imagined him. Torrential sweat oozed from my goosebump-riddled flesh. The man had strolled into the cubicle beside me. I heard him. Where did he go? This wasn't right. This was all horribly wrong. I started to back towards the exit, bumping into Tara, who was still blocking the doorway. Chantel frowned. No, I'm telling you, Tara. The girl trailed off, looking in my direction. Her complexion turned paler than that of the morose man. Her eyes widened, her jaw slacked, and her arms fell stiffly to her sides. She unleashed a primal scream of horror. Consumed by unimaginable fear, I realized that I hadn't bumped into Tara. I took a few tentative steps forwards, before slowly turning on my heel. The bathroom exit led onto a pitch-black train station. The lights were gone. The people were gone. All I could see was the morose man and the unholy act that he was committing. Tara's body was slowly being ingested into the gaping mouth of the black-eyed man. He had grown a foot taller, and his looming figure filled most of the doorway. His morose mouth had widened to squeeze Tara's still wriggling body inside. He used the now abnormally long fingers on his gnarled, ghoulish hands to hold the girl's ankles. He was forcing her head first into his nightmarish gullet. I chose flight. Chantel chose fight. I started to back towards the cubicles, but the man and girl beside me ran towards the exit, screeching at the entity and begging it to release her friend. The man was still greedily swallowing Tara's spasming, half-alive body, but he unwrapped the fingers on his left hand from her ankle and seized Chantel by the neck. As I continued to back towards the farthest cubicle, I watched the morose man complete one course and prepare for the next. Chantel was certainly much louder than Tara. She unleashed a series of short, pained yelps, her cries muffled by the inside of the creature's body, as he slid her down his throat. I threw open the cubicle door, locked it behind me, and immediately looked at my phone. 11:43 p.m. That traumatizing scene of unfathomable gore took place in the space of 2 fucking minutes? How? Shoes clomped against the tiles. I found myself where I'd started. I was trapped in the bathroom stall, staring at the shoes which poked through the bottom of the door. The morose man had grown so large that he could poke his head over the top of the cubicle door. The horrifying apparition, which still wore that dejected expression, shook its head at me. His morbid frown lifted into a sickening smile for a split second, then it quickly returned to a stare of moroseness. The man shook his head at me, much as he had on the train. He was reminding me of what I'd done wrong. I flipped the toilet lid down, clambered onto it, and squished my body against the back wall, trying to escape the wretched thing before me. The morose man was not finished. Midnight was fast approaching, and his patience was wearing out. The elongated fingers on his 2 hands suddenly appeared, grasping the top of the cubicle door. He violently wobbled it in his hinges. I started to blubber, looking down at the phone in my hand. 11:45 p.m. Every minute felt like an eternity. I wouldn't make it to midnight, I was sure of that. The man reached an arm over the top of the cubicle door, stretching his hellish fingers towards the lock. It fumbled clumsily, trying to slide the door open. I'm not going to stand here and wait to die. I turned to my right and started to pull myself over the wall of the cubicle beside me. At the moment I landed on the other side, I heard the lock slide across. The monster barreled into the cubicle I'd just exited. I knew I only had moments to spare, so I fled the middle cubicle and ran towards the bathroom exit. Welcoming the dark embrace at the train station, I didn't pause to look over my shoulder. I already knew that the morose man would be following me. He could find me anywhere. That was when I remembered what the Reddit user had repeatedly said. I told you to stay away from doorways. I know, I was an idiot. Well, I hadn't believed in the morose man. Not really. You can't blame me for going into the bathroom. I'd already put the fright on the train out of my head. I viewed it as a moment of anxiety. As I ran across the train platform, however, I could no longer deny it. I looked over my shoulder. The man was striding across the platform. Slowly and surely, he was striding towards me. But he was slow, and he wouldn't catch me. As long as I stay away from doorways, I can escape. I kept running. I ran until I reached the end of the platform. I realized I'd foolishly forgotten how to exit the train station. Fuck that, I thought. I don't want to go near doorways. Throwing caution to the wind with my life hanging in the balance, I jumped down from the platform onto the railway line. I followed the tree-lined train tracks, stealing a glance at my phone. 11:51 p.m. I glanced behind me. The morose man was in pursuit, but he seemed even taller now. Taller than any human. And he seemed faster. Much faster. I had to get out of the open. I was too exposed. I darted to my right, entering the forest, and lit the way with my phone. No doors in the forest, and the trees were tightly grouped together, so the gargantuan man would have to shrink back to human size if he were to follow. It seemed like my best option. I weaved between trees, casting my torchlight before me, so as not to bump into anything. I didn't want to end up flat on my face. I didn't want to end up being the morose man's dessert. I heard that unearthly wail once more, It was terrifying enough to startle all the peaceful creatures in the forest. Birds flew from trees, and grounded animals rustled in bushes, fleeing the scene. I switched my phone off. No more light. I didn't really think it would make a difference. I had a feeling the man could still find me, even without a light. Even without a doorway. Just a few minutes, Paige. You just need to last a few minutes, I convinced myself. Except for the sound of my shoes crunching against leaves, the forest was completely silent. I could scarcely see the outlines of trees in the darkness. The canopy of leaves above me prevented any moonlight from illuminating my surroundings. I heard the booming snap of what sounded like a thick tree branch. The man was close. Very close. I wanted so desperately to check the time on my phone, but I tried to rely on my body clock. Every second felt like an hour, but I grounded myself. It must be at least 11:55 p.m., I thought. I crept forwards, failing at stealthily traversing the forest. Every step seemed to make noisy contact with leaves and twigs. I tried to quicken the pace. There was no use in concealing my location. He knew where to find me. I suddenly heard low breathing from a few yards behind me. Not daring to turn around, I screamed at the top of my lungs and sprinted ahead, roughly scraping my shoulder against the jagged bark of a tree. I grimaced, but adrenaline pushed me onwards. I fumbled for the phone in my pocket and used it as my flashlight once more. I also needed to know the time. I couldn't resist any longer. 11:59 p.m. Of course. I continued to swerve between trees, praying that I wouldn't trip, praying that I wouldn't bump into another tree. One more obstacle could be the death of me. 12 a.m. I couldn't believe it. I yelled victoriously, twisting around. My flashlight shone on the horrifying specter before me. The morose man was now the height of the trees around him, slinking his skeletal body between them, pursuing me. My heart thumped. Maybe the Reddit user lied. Maybe the morose man never stops. I closed my eyes and braced myself for death. I braced. Succumbing to a feeling of pure horror. I felt a brittle limb brush against my clothes. I opened my eyes to the man walking past me, brushing one of his spindly legs against my coat. I turned around, casting my light onto him, and I watched as the spider-like 10-foot-tall man vanished into the depths of the forest. If you ever see a morose gentleman, don't disturb him. Do not smile at him.